plan and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 5720. Page 9, number 14, motion lying over, number M2290 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion approving the mayor's appointment of Matthew Rufo, Vice Deborah Harkins, as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustments for a term ending June 30th, 2025. The questionnaire was received and the Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 15, motion lying over, number M2292 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion approving the mayor's appointment of Colleen Hawley Kotlia, Vice James Brown, the nominee of the University of New Orleans, as a member of the New Orleans Ethics Review Board for a term ending June 30th, 2026. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 16, motion lying over, number M2296 by Councilmember Brossett. A motion approving the appointment of Linnell Destoon Sr., nominee of the Councilmember for District D, as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending on July 31st, 2021. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Page 10, number 17, motion number M2313 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Emily Buxton as a member of the Audubon Commission for a term ending on June 30th, 2026. Questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 18, motion number M2314 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Jermaine L. Smith as a member of the Audubon Commission for a term ending on June 30th, 2026. Questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 19, motion number M2315 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion confirming the reappointment of John Robert Sawyer Jr. as a member of the Board of Building Standards and Appeals for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Page 11, item 20, motion number M2316 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Bryn Sherwood as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending July 31st, 2021. The questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs recommended approval. Number 21, motion number M2317 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. A motion confirming the reappointment of Damian Siracusis as a member of the Board of Building Standards and Appeals for a term ending June 30th, 2025. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 22, motion number M2318 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Dante Bidwell as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice Advisory Committee for a term ending July 31st, 2021. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Page 12, number 23, motion number M2319 by Councilmember Brossett by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Denise Chandler as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending July 31st, 2021. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 24, motion number M2320 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. A motion confirming the reappointment of Jason Robinson King, representing the Parkview Historic District as a member of the Historic District Landmarks Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 25, motion number M2321 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion confirming the reappointment of Jesse E. LeBlanc II, representing the Lower Garden Historic District as a member of the Historic District Landmarks Commission, for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs recommended approval. Page 13, number 26, motion number M2322 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer. A motion confirming the appointment of Nikita Shavers as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending July 31st, 2021. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 27, motion number M2323 by Councilmember Williams. A motion confirming the appointment of Robert Jones as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending July 31st, 2021. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 28, motion number M2324 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. A motion confirming the reappointment of Robert Steig as a member of the City Planning Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2029. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Page 14, number 29, motion number M2325 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. A motion confirming the appointment of Kathleen Kovrick as a member of the New Orleans Public Library Board for a term ending June 30th, 2023. The questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs recommended approval. Page 15, the regular agenda. Number 1, legislative grouping. 1A, report of Councilmanic District E, submitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval of the restoration tax abatement for RTA number 2017-0221, 817 Gordon Street, Gordon Redevelopment, LLC. 1B, resolution number R2335 by Councilmember Nguyen, a resolution approving participation of municipal address 817 Gordon Street, owned by Gordon Redevelopment, LLC, application number RTA 2017-0221, in the property tax abatement program. Page 16, land use matters. All land use matters are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1b, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. 1. Legislative grouping. 1A, demolition request of Tiffany Francois, requesting demolition of the property located at 2724 Pogger Street. 1B, motion number M2327 by Councilmember Brossette, approving the demolition permit for the property located at 2724 Pogger Street. Page 17, number 2, demolition request of Alyssa Wernick, requesting demolition of the property located at 3030 First Street. A request to withdraw this application has been received. Number 3, legislative grouping. 3A, demolition request of KJ23 LLC, requesting demolition of the property located at 1426 Elysian Fields Avenue. 3B, motion number M2330 by Councilmember Gislason Palmer, denying a demolition permit for the property located at 1426 Elysian Fields Avenue. Page 18, number 4, legislative grouping. 4A, demolition request of John Anderson, requesting demolition of the property located at 1818 North Durbany Street. 4B, motion number M2328 by Councilmember Brossette, approving a demolition permit for the property located at 1818 North Durbany Street. Page 19, number 5, legislative grouping. 5A, demolition request of Studio BKA LLC, requesting demolition of the property located at 1536 St. Roch Street. 5B, motion number M2339 by Councilmember Gislason Palmer, a motion granting the demolition in part and denying the demolition in part as follows. The rear demolition for the construction of a black is hereby approved. The demolition of the front facade is denied. Retention of any demolition already completed is not permitted, except the owner may retain the demolition of the concrete stoop. All other materials, including the windows, columns, and doors, must be restored to the structure's original condition at the time of demolition permit application, working in consultation with the Historic District Landmarks Commission. We received a request to defer this item to the meeting of 10:15. Page 20, number 6, demolition request of Gloria Holmes, requesting demolition of the property located at 3118 2nd Street. Request to defer this item to the meeting of 10:15 has been received. Number 7, legislative grouping. 7A, demolition request of Louis E. Livers, Jr., requesting demolition of the property located at 4930 Drexel Drive. 7B, motion number M2336 by Councilmember Banks, approving a demolition permit for the property located at 4930 Drexel Drive. Page 21, number 8, legislative grouping. 8A, demolition request of Kelly Johnson, requesting demolition of the property located at 4539 St. Claude Avenue. 8B, motion number M2329 by Councilmember Brossette, approving a demolition permit for the property located at 4539 St. Claude Avenue. Page 22, number 9, legislative grouping. 9A, HDLC appeal of Heather McVeigh Ruos, architect, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial for work to include the renovation of a 2-story residential building, moving one existing window, and the enclosure of the rear porches for the property located at 3800 Burgundy Street. This item is on deadline. 9B, motion number M2341 by Councilmember Banks. A motion overruling HDLC and granting the appeal, upholding the HDLC and denying the appeal in part as follows. Granting the appeal to raise the sill height of the existing window to accommodate an interior countertop in accordance with HDLC staff supplied specifications, and denying the appeal for the enclosure of the rear porch. Page 23, number 10, legislative grouping. 10A, HDLC appeal of Scott and Anna Dunbar, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application of demolition for property located at 465 Audubon Street. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive the report from HDLC on this matter.
We'll just suspend the rules.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay. Councilmember
Giarrusso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended.
10B, motion number M2333 by Councilmember Giarrusso. A motion overruling HDLC's denial of the application for demolition of 465 Audubon Street, granting the applicant's appeal and approving the demolition, subject to one proviso. 1, any and all historic features, including but not limited to doors and windows, shall be donated to historic preservation entities or nonprofits. Page 24, number 11, legislative grouping. 11A, HDLC appeal of Justin B. Schmidt, Brazil, Sachs, and Wilson, LLP, attorneys at law, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application of demolition of a contributing 2-story single-family residential building to grade for property located at 1230 Webster Street. Council members, we need to suspend the rules in order to receive the report from HDLC.
We'll
So
just
moved.
suspend the rules.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno, go
Yay.
ahead, Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Yay.
Council members, I just want to give y'all a note on those 2 HDLC appeals that we just suspended the rules for. When we go back into the regular meeting and I read each one, we have to suspend the rules for each one to add them to the agenda. So I just want to make y'all aware of that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
11B, motion number M2334 by Councilmember Giarrusso. A motion upholding HDLC's denial of the application for demolition of 1230 Webster Street, denying the applicant's appeal and the demolition request. This motion has been deferred to the meeting of 10:15. Page 25, number 12, legislative grouping. 12A, zoning docket number 5520, City Council motion number M2090, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend section 18.4 ENORC, Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District, to craft a new subpart therein, creating an exception to the requirements of Article 24 to permit the use and retention of existing, non-conforming, freestanding pole signs if the sign is securely built, constructed, and erected upon poles that are sunk below the natural surface in a manner that will prevent the sign from overturning, as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits. The proposed text amendment would affect the regulations applied to all existing non-conforming pole signs in the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. This item is on deadline. 12B, motion lying over, number M2262 by Councilmember Wynn. A motion overruling the unfavorable recommendation of CPC and approving the text amendment as originally provided in M2090 as detailed in zoning docket 5520. Page 26, number 13, legislative grouping. 13A, zoning docket number 6520, Major Consumers LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HU RD2 historic urban 2-family residential district on Square 7, lots 15 and 16, Marley, in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Broadway Street, Forshey Street, Olive Street, and Pine Street, municipal addresses 3318 through 3320 Broadway. The recommendation of City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. 13B, motion number M2337 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the favorable recommendation of the City Planning Commission, granting the conditional use, subject to the 4 provisos as provided in zoning docket 6520, with the addition of 3 provisos for a total of 7 provisos, which will read as follows. Proviso 5, no short-term rentals shall be permitted at the property. 6, the developer is required to maintain 7 off-street parking spaces on the property. 7, the developer shall maintain landscaping and open space as indicated on landscape plans included in the City Planning Commission staff report, and no additional impermeable paving is permitted. Page 27, number 14, zoning docket number 6620, 700 St. Joseph Lane, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle service and repair facility, minor, in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 653, lot 14A in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Dehemcourt Street, Tulane Avenue, South Lopez Street, and South Salcedo Street and Bowdoin Street. Municipal addresses 3125 Tulane Avenue or 3125 Dehemcourt Street and 518 South Lopez Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 13 provisos. This matter has been deferred to the meeting 10/15/20. Number 15, zoning docket number 6720, Jeremiah and Rebecca Griswold, requesting a text amendment to Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to classify tattoo parlor as a permitted use in the HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to all HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business Districts in the city. These districts are generally located in residential areas on corner parcels that have historically functioned as neighborhood serving commercial uses. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. This matter has been deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 28, number 16, calendar number 32,930 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to McLeod USA Telecommunication Services LLC to construct, maintain, and operate an above ground and/or underground fiber optic based communication system to provide for the furnishing of a surety bond, annual payments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item has been deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Number 17, calendar number 32,932 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the city, and Entergy New Orleans LLC, the contractor, to allow the contractor to fund and implement a smart city pilot developed through consultation with the city as more fully set forth in a cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 29, number 18, calendar number 32,982 by Councilmember Gilson, Palmer, and Banks. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 146-493, 154-2, 154-1401, 154-1409, 154-1421, and 154-1423 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to distinguish bicycles and electric scooters and to provide for prohibitions and regulations relative to electric scooters and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Number 19, calendar number 33,008 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gissel Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28245 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Mayor's Office of Homeland Security for Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursement related costs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 30, item 20, calendar number 33,009 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gissel Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Mayor Office of Homeland Security for Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursement related costs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 31, number 21, legislative grouping 21A, calendar number 33,018 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reorganize reordain sections 9040 and 9041 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to police to mandate that NOPD provide an arrestee or their legal counsel prompt access to body-worn and in-car camera footage in connection with the accused arrest, to provide that NOPD shall disclose and provide an explanation if it determines such footage does not exist, to prohibit NOPD leadership from authorizing deviation from any NOPD policy, to prohibit NOPD from entering into an agreement or memorandum of understanding governing a multi-agency task force that exempts law enforcement officers from any NOPD policy, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. 21B, an amendment to ordinance number 33018 by Councilmember Williams, creating an exception to the 30-day production requirement for footage that would compromise an investigation or endanger witnesses pending court authorization, and removes the prohibition prohibiting NOPD from entering into agreements regarding exceptions to NOPD policy. This amendment is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 32, number 22, legislative grouping 22A, calendar number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 5428 and 5429 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to summons in lieu of arrest and citations for municipal ordinances instead of state law violation, to provide that officers shall issue a summons in lieu of arrest for misdemeanor violations except under certain enumerated circumstances, to limit officer discretion to arrest an individual solely for a misdemeanor violation, to provide that summons or arrest shall be based on the equivalent municipal violation if a misdemeanor offense is punishable under municipal as well as state law, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Item 22B, substitute amendment to ordinance number 33020 by Councilmember Williams, clarifying that a summons in lieu of arrest is not available if an officer cannot determine a person's identity, requiring NOPD supervisor approval to arrest an individual if the individual meets the criteria for issuing a summons in lieu of arrest, adding the equivalent municipal offense of section 102-113 prohibited acts instead of utilizing Louisiana Revised Statute 40-1023 prohibited acts, and clarifying that the conduct constituting a felony cannot be legally mandated as a municipal or misdemeanor violation. This amendment is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 33, number 23, legislative grouping 23A, calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 159.1, 159.2, 159.3, 159.4, 159.5, 159.6, 159.7, 159.8, and 159.9 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to create regulations pertaining to the city's use of surveillance technology, to ban the use of certain technology, to provide for an approval process and council oversight of the use of surveillance technology, to limit the collection, use, and sharing of personal data, to mandate annual surveillance reporting, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Item 23B, amendment to ordinance number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams, changing the proposed number of the newly ordained chapter from 159 to 147, titled Surveillance Technology and Data Protection, to conform to the code's alphabetical structure, adding a definition for predictive policing technology, requiring the number of locations in the surveillance impact report and the type of surveillance in the surveillance use policy, removing training from the surveillance use policy, prohibiting surveillance technology by third parties on public rights of way and deleting automatic license plate readers from the prohibition, requiring council approval of a surveillance use request, modifying the data sharing provisions to remove third parties from consideration, and providing for an effective date of January 1st, 2021. This amendment is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Page 34, number 24, calendar number 33,081 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. An ordinance to approve the economic development plan of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund as required by Louisiana Revised Statutes 33-90-20 et sec. And ordinance number 14-118 MCS as amended and reordained by ordinance number 28-341 MCS, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Item 25, calendar number 33,088 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance to grant a non-exclusive wireless franchise to Turo Blanco LLC to construct, maintain, operate, and authorize new wireless facilities on and under the public rights of way within the corporate limits of the City of New Orleans, with locations subject to the approval of the grantor, to provide for annual payments and the furnishing of a surety bond, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20 and referred to the Smart Cities Committee. Page 35, item 26, calendar number 33,089 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to Toro Blanco LLC to construct, maintain, and operate an above-ground and/or underground fiber optic-based communication system to provide for the furnishing of a surety bond, annual payments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20 and referred to the Smart Cities Committee. Number 27, calendar number 33,113 by Councilmember Banks and Williams. An ordinance to grant a request for a map amendment to apply the mandatory inclusionary zoning regulations established by ordinance number 28036 MCS by designating certain inclusionary zoning districts on the official zoning map as recommended in the 2019 New Orleans Inclusionary Zoning Study from HRNA Advisors Incorporated. The proposed map amendment would impact properties within the core and strong market areas as shown on the map within the City Planning Commission report dated April 24th, 2020, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 3120. This matter is deferred to 10/15/20. Page 36, number 28. Calendar number 33,119 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Department of Police for the 2020 COPS hiring program to provide funding to hire and/or rehire career law enforcement officers in an effort to increase their community policing capacity and crime prevention efforts, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20 and referred to the Budget Committee. Number 29, calendar number 33,120 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Department of Police for the 2020 COPS hiring program to provide funding to hire and/or rehire career law enforcement officers in an effort to increase their community policing capacity and crime prevention efforts, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to 10/15/20 and referred to the Budget Committee. Page 37, item 30, calendar number 33,0126 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to ordain section 7415.298 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to create the City Cemetery and Maintenance Fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter is deferred to the meeting of 10/15/20. Number 31, calendar number 33,127 by Councilmember Sinclair. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2263 and to ordain section 2264 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to update the composition of the New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board and to establish a subgroup therein titled the Youth Advisory Board and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. There has been a time requested of noon for this item or following the breast cancer awareness resolution, item 36 on this agenda. Page 38, number 32, calendar number 33,129 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance authorized the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the city, and the Hellas Foundation to amend a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the same parties relative to the duration of the original cooperative endeavor agreement, as more fully set forth in amendment number 3 to the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 33, calendar number 33,130 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the city, and the Downtown Development District for the City of New Orleans, the DDD, to allow and facilitate improvement and enhancement of infrastructure in the Downtown Development District, as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item will come up at approximately 1 o'clock or after the Ruth Bader Ginsburg resolution, item number 37 on this agenda. Page 39, item 34, motion number M2309 by Councilmember Brossette. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HU RD2 two-family residential district on Square 1206, Lot B in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Tonti Street, Pauger Street, North Rocheblave Street, and St. Anthony Street. Municipal addresses 2053 through 59 North Tonti Street. Number 35, motion number M2310 by Councilmember Brossett. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 two-family residential district on Square 1206, Lot 5 or 18 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by St. Anthony Street, North Tonti Street, Pogger Street, and North Rocheblave Street. Municipal address 2311 St. Anthony Street. Number 36, resolution number R2311 by Councilmember Williams. A resolution expressing support for breast cancer awareness and saluting those who have been affected by this disease. This will be the first item on the regular agenda up for consideration after adopting the consent agenda. Page 40, number 37, resolution number R2312 by Councilmember Moreno, Williams, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brossett, and Nguyen. A resolution recognizing the passing of a champion of justice, a legal scholar, an American icon, and a crusader for women's rights, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who served in the United States Supreme Court for 27 years and was the co-founder of the Women's Rights Project at the American Civil Liberties Union. This item will be considered after item 31, the ordinance with regards to the Children Youth Planning Board. Number 38, motion number M2326 by Councilmember Giarrusso. A motion directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing on amendments to the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance of the City of New Orleans, the CZO, and Article 4, Section 4.8, relative to the applications and approvals for zoning appeals, to clarify the appeals that may be filed concerning decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the CZO, and the applicable time limits to appeal these decisions. This matter is deferred to 11/5 and referred to the 10/22 Quality of Life Committee. Page 41, item 39, motion number M2331 by Councilmembers Williams, Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brossett, and Nguyen. A motion approving the appointment of Ruth White Davis, nominee of Dillard University, to the New Orleans Civil Service Commission for a term ending on August 6th, 2026. The questionnaire was received for this matter. Item 40, resolution number R2332 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and acknowledging the many service providers, organizations, and advocates across the country working to bring greater awareness of domestic violence resources and the patterns of physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, and economic coercion leveraged by perpetrators to control intimate partners. This item is scheduled for 2 o'clock. Motion number M2338 by Councilmember Banks. A motion appointing Sadie Dumas, nominee of the District B Councilmember, as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending on July 31st, 2021. The questionnaire has been received for this item. Page 42, motion item Page 42, item 42, motion number M2340 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion suspending City Council Rule 15 requiring GA committee approval for the appointment of Sadie Dumas to the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee. This motion must be considered prior to item 41, motion M2338. Number 43, ordinances on first reading. That is the entirety of the regular agenda for October 1st.
Thank you very much, Teresa. It is now 10:55. We will recess until 11:25. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay. Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and this meeting is now recessed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Deliver me some okra before I forget. Get out of here.
council members, it is now 11:25 and the public comment is officially closed.
Thank you, Teresa. I would move to bring us back into order.
Roll call. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Present.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Here.
Councilmember Banks,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 yeas, 6 members. We have a quorum. We have the approval of the minutes, September the 3rd, 2020, and September the 17th, 2020.
I would move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the approval of the minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We have special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Melissa Warnett, Director of Operations, the Demo Diva LLC, 2326 Robert Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is October the 15th. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel, Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We're on top of page 4. We have a communication from Jason A. Riggs, Managing Member, Historic Pro NOLA LLC, 3417 through 3423 and 3417A through 3423A South Liberty Street, zoning docket 7518. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 5th. Communication from Edward Fleming, Architect, 3030 First Street. This should be marked received. Communication from Lisa M. Hudson, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. An amendment to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board. Item 1, a pilot special rate of pay meter reading incentive program, pay program. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We're on top of page 5. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is October the 15th. We have ordinance calendar number 33,110 by Councilmember Nguyen, zoning docket 5620. On top of page 6, we have ordinance calendar number 33,111 by Councilmember Nguyen, zoning docket 5820. On page 7, we have ordinance calendar number 33,112 by Councilmember Nguyen, zoning docket 6220. Ordinance calendar number 33,114 by Councilmember Brissette, zoning docket 1920. On top of page 8, ordinance calendar number 33,115 by Councilmember Brissette, zoning docket 6120. Ordinance calendar number 33,116 by Councilmember Nguyen, zoning docket 5720. On top of page 9, we have motion line over M20-290 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion line over M20-292 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion line over M 2296 by Councilmember Brissette. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 10, we have motion M 2313 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2314 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2315 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 11, motion M 2316 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2317 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2318 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 12, motion M 2319 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2320 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2321 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion on top of page 13, motion M 2322 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2323 by Councilmember Williams. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2324 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 2325 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Do we have any comments on the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Clerk, we have two comments. The first one is from Anthony Dolby, and it is on consent agenda item 12. Hello, and thank you for taking my comment. I had an idea and thought I would share it with the council and see if there could be any support for it. Since Mr. Brossett is hoping for us to forget about his drunken transgression on Elysian Fields Avenue back in June, when he committed a crime and nearly killed himself and another innocent person while drunkenly driving a city-owned SUV, and since Jared refuses to step down from his office for that crime he has committed, I figured he must be of some royal New Orleans lineage to expect to and get such preferential treatment. What's worst is that it's even been said that in the midst of his personal legal troubles and a recall of his current professional elected position, that Jared has already declared to run for an at-large position on this council after his current term ends in District D. That's laughable. You would think that Jared would be happy to just still have his life and his freedom, but no, Jared wants the bag too. He says he deserves it each day he actually shows up and gets all of you other upstanding officials to participate in meetings like this one today in his presence. So with that in mind, I thought we should celebrate his drunken crash that nearly killed one of our own by naming the neutral ground where it happened after Mr. Brossett, because doesn't he deserve that? I had two names in mind, something simple like Jared C. Brossett Thoroughway, or maybe something a bit more regal like Brossett's Royal Way. We could even have a commemorative sign made for the neutral ground and do a ribbon cutting and let Jack through it to reenact the auspicious occasion. Hopefully this time he'd be sober though. I'd ask about the cost of doing this, but since it's for Jared, I know from present day experience that the city will happily pick up the bill for it. Thank you for your time and consideration. And Mr. Anthony Dolby also submitted a comment on consent item 15. Hello, and thank you for taking my comment. There was once a councilman named Brossett who drank himself blind and then lost it. He drank like a fish, then hopped in his seat. He drank till he expletive and then crashed in the street. Yes, counseling Jared sought for a minute or two. It was for R and Mr. Lynn's sake. What else could he do? Rossett is charged with a crime. He should give up his seat. I'm not running out of words anytime soon, Jared. You'll be reminded each time that you meet. P.S. Is that a new SUV that you're in? Did Mayor Teedy let you take this one home? I thought you would like, but there's no reason for you to steal them like a thief in the night. Jared, your talent is surviving. I just wish it were your driving. Maybe then all this would have to be. Those are all the comments on the consent agenda.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted. Council members, we now need to go to page 39. And we're going to take up Resolution R-2311 by Councilmember Williams. A resolution expressing support for breast cancer awareness and saluting those who have been affected by the disease.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Typically, every year, the city holds a Breast Cancer Awareness Day where we hear presentations and we recognize our breast cancer survivors. And we have even in the past arranged for mammograms on site here at City Hall. It's really been just a huge success throughout the years. COVID-19 and social distancing protocols prevent us from doing that this year. But I still thought it was really important that we highlight the need for awareness and early detection in some capacity. And before we move forward with a vote on our resolution saluting our survivors, we have a few representatives with us who are going to give us a presentation. We have Sarah Babcock with the city's health department who will give a few opening remarks. And then we'll turn it over to our dear friend, Dr. Denise Johnson, Clinical Director for the Louisiana Breast and Cervical Cancer at LSU, followed by my good friend, Miss Lisa Westbrook Plunkett, Executive Director for Susan G. Komen, New Orleans. It's good to have you all back. I wish we could have you all at Chambers. I wish we could hug and celebrate all the success that comes from the work that you all do throughout the year. But since we can't, let me turn it over to you now. I know a bunch of people are watching from home and they can see that the city of New Orleans is still committed to this fight. We can't fight the way we normally do, but we're damn sure and get the word out. Ms. Babcock.
Thank you, Council Member, for having me. Every year in October, we celebrate Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thanks to Ms. Lena Stewart in your office, normally this time of year, we'd walk through the first floor of City Hall. There would be balloons and tables with information and laughter and celebration with our survivors and the loved ones of those being remembered. Although this year's celebration looks a bit different, our message is still the same. 2020, amongst its many challenges, has continued to remind us that we're in this together and that we need to continue to tackle our greatest health challenges as a community. Today, we are reminded that during the month of October, our support through education, information on early detection, and the importance of screening and access to treatment is vital. 1 in 8 women in the United States will develop breast cancer in her lifetime, and although rare, men can get breast cancer too. It's estimated that 2,600 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer this year in the United States. And while we understand the statistics, what we really celebrate is the 3.5 million breast cancer survivors to date. This year, the U.S. County Health Rankings ranked Orleans Parish 32nd out of 64 parishes in Louisiana based on our overall health outcomes and community factors. We have been moving closer and closer to number 1 over the past 8 years, and in the last year, we've actually moved up 4 spots. One of those major improvements listed for our parish this year has been the increase in the number of women who received mammograms. And so while this success has been amazing, we are still only see about 39% of women eligible to receive a mammogram who actually go out and do it each year. It is important that as a community, we continue to encourage women to get screened. As always, as individuals, you can call your primary care doctor to learn about ways how to do self-examinations and find out information on whether or not you should be receiving a mammogram annually. Throughout the month of October, the New Orleans Health Department will increase messaging about breast cancer awareness, how you can get involved, share your story of hope, and support those in needs. But today, I have the real honor of turning this over to our experts in the field, Dr. Johnson, the Clinical Director of Breast and Cervical Cancer at LSU, and Dr. Lisa Plunkett, Executive Director of the Susan G. Komen New Orleans affiliates, are here with us today. This is the work they do every single day to treat women in New Orleans. And so I'm going to turn it over to them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. Morning, doctor.
Good morning. I was trying to unmute at the same time. I apologize. Good morning, everybody. And as usual, thank you all for having me. I am the clinical director and the lead clinical associate and medical advisor for the Louisiana Breast and Cervical Health Program, and it's funded through the CDC. We provide no-cost mammogram and pap smears to women who are income eligible, women who are uninsured and underinsured. And as Mr. Williams said, we usually have the van outside providing mammograms for women during this time because, as Sarah said, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but we look at it as every month as Breast Cancer Awareness Month because we want women and men to be aware that breast cancer is curable if caught in its earliest stages. We also provide navigation services now to help women get to where they need to be. If they need an appointment to get a screening mammogram, if they need an appointment for follow-up to get diagnostic treatment or a diagnostic mammogram, our patient navigators, they help by providing the services to women. We also provide bus tokens and gas cards to women who are unable to provide transportation to get to whatever clinic they need to get the mammogram done. The ages that we serve for pap smears are ages 21 to 64, and for mammograms, ages 40 to 64. But if a woman has a breast problem and she's younger than 40, she can still be seen through our program. We can still help facilitate her care through our program because breast cancer doesn't discriminate. It does affect women under 40 as well. So, you know, sometimes we see women in their 30s with breast cancer. So if a woman has a breast problem, we want them to contact our program. Number is 1-888-599-1070, and we can help them get to where they need to be so they can get the treatment that they need. For women to find out what the participation eligibility is, because it's 200 below the federal poverty level. So there's a calculator on our website, which is lbchp.org, and that calculator will help them figure out if they're income eligible to participate in the program. But in Louisiana, there's a lot of women that are income eligible. Unfortunately, the program only sees women, but the women that we are able to help, it's invaluable, the care that we can provide to these women. If women have insurance and they're underinsured and their income will provide, we will help them as well with their co-pays, but we don't pay Medicare co-pays. But we do help women who are underinsured and don't have insurance at all. So this is a service that we continue to provide through this program. And with The council, you have always been so gracious to help us get the message out to the community and let them know that we are here. Even though a lot of facilities have been closed, we want women to continue to acknowledge a breast problem. If you have it, don't ignore it and think it's going to go away. We want you to still do your breast exams, still come get your mammograms. Some facilities are doing mammograms by appointment only, but still call and get your mammogram if it's time to do so. And if you need help, remember to call our office at, I don't memorize the phone number because I got so many numbers in my head, but the Louisiana Breast and Cervical Louisiana Breast and Cervical Health Program is 1-888-599-1070. And if you have any kind of breast problems or cervical problems, please don't hesitate to call our offices, because we are still manning the phone, still doing Zoom, still doing telemedicine. We're still doing it all. So thank you, Council, for allowing us the time to let the community know that we're here.
Doctor, thank you. Thank you for your work and thank you for your presentation today. We'll turn it over to Lisa Plunkett. Lisa, how are you?
I'm great. Good morning. Nice to see you all. I wish we were there in person today, but it's lovely. And thank you so much, Councilmember Williams, for having us, and for your office, for Miss Lena inviting us once again. It's so great to see the members of the council in person, kind of like in person. And I want to, first of all, want to thank you for all you're doing for the city of New Orleans. And I love seeing you all on social media about what the impacts that you guys are making every day in our community. I mean, you're the ones that are making it happen from the top down. And, you know, personally and at Susan G. Komen New Orleans, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of you. We're keeping track with all of your giveaways and your testing and everything that you're doing in your districts and to the community at large. So thank you. Just wanted to say that. And I miss you. I miss seeing you all. I miss seeing you in person. I need hugs. But anyway, soon, hopefully. But Susan G. Komen is still here, and we are still here in the New Orleans, greater New Orleans area. We represent 8 parishes. And we're still funding breast cancer screening, and we're funding treatment and treatment assistant programs, and we're funding educational projects here in our community, as well as research, because we all know that research is going to lead to the cures. It's going to lead to the different cures for the different types of breast cancer that are going to lead to better treatments. And that's what we're after. That's our mission. And with Dr. Johnson and entities like UMC and CAGNO and all of our different partners in the community and the City of Health, we're proud to partner with you all and provide those services. As you know, breast cancer is the leading cancer in women. And, you know, right now, especially during these last 6 or 7 months or 8 months, we've heard so many stories of women that have postponed their doctor visits, of course, but then at the beginning, and then, you know, right now are still not hesitant to go get that screening. And I'm here today to encourage you to do so, to call your provider, to call the Komen office, to call St. Thomas or or the City of Health, go online and get that scheduled, because we don't want those cancers to be detected at a later date because the outcomes are not as good. And, you know, now more than ever, at this time, we want you to get screened. You know, if especially, you know, it doesn't matter if breast cancer is not in your family. Breast cancer is 1 in 8 women in a lifetime. So if you look at the numbers, you know, it could be your mother, your sister, your aunt, your friend. So, you know, we all have friends and family who have been diagnosed or, you know, have had breast cancer touch them. And this is a time where we're asking, not only during the month of October, but all year round to, you know, be cognitive of your breast health. The other thing is our Race for the Cure. That's, as you might know, is our biggest fundraiser. And we are still having that in the city of New Orleans. The only thing is it's going to be a race where you are, right? And so it's going to be a virtual race. It's Saturday, October 24th. We invite each of you to wear pink, to join us and register at KomenNewOrleans.org. Register, and the registration this year is free. We ask if you want to do donations, that's great. But we understand this is a time right now when, many people are hurting in our community, and we want to make sure that they can all still be a part of the race for the cure. So we want you to send us pictures. We want to see what you're doing with your family and your children and your dogs, your nieces and nephews, and where you are in the community. It could be at one of your council giveaway drives. We'd love to see that. And we have, giveaways that we could actually help provide you with too, and breast health information. But you can go to comeonneworleans.org and #RaceWhereYouAre and join us. We'd love for the city of New Orleans and the metro community to join us in fighting for breast cancer patients by way of funding, by way of awareness, by way of getting your annual mammograms, and for just spreading the word about, during October. It is a pink ribbon, but it's more than a pink ribbon. So thank you.
Lisa, thank you. And we will find a way to participate and push this word out. The awareness piece is such a big deal. I know that you all's focus obviously is on breast cancer and finding a cure, but please know that your efforts have really made the blueprint for so many other organizations that know that early detection really is what saves lives. And people are following the Komen model and following what you all do day in and day out and with their owners. I know that Council Vice President is an avid runner and she'll probably join. I don't know if she'll get Nacho in the game because he's got those short legs. Maybe she'll put him in a stroller or something. We'll see what happens.
Nacho's a great runner. I don't know if I am anymore though, in my age, but I try. Mr. President, whenever I can ask a question, let me know.
Jump on in.
Okay, great. Well, first, thank you so much for the presentation. Just really appreciate all of you. Of course, Sarah, you do such terrific work for the health department, and Dr. Rubion Johnson, I've been working with you for I don't even know how many years now. And of course, Ms. Plunkett, thank you for all that you do with Komen. I heard both Dr. Rubion Johnson and Ms. Plunkett both talk about, during COVID, just the concern that women, people really have not been getting their regular exams. Are we seeing the impacts of that yet? Just if anyone can answer that.
Well, we have actually been seeing it, because women have been calling the hotline with breast problems, breast lumps and stuff like that, and not knowing where to go because they were afraid to go to a clinic or hospital setting because they were afraid of COVID. But once they call and we reassure them that it is safe to go and get the necessary testing for whatever breast problem they have, we can set up the appointment for them to go, wherever they're going to go. But we did see a slowdown of women going to get their screening mammogram for the fear of COVID.
And I think, to use October during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, that's going to be such a key reminder that, look, now it's safe to go and get your, you can take the safety precautions to go and get your annual exams. And I'll tell you this, all of you all presenting right now, I got off camera because I actually called my doctor's office to make sure that I set up for my exam. So thank you all for being here, because it is this constant reminder that we need when so much else is happening in our world right now, that you forget these things that you ordinarily are so regimented about. All of a sudden you might not be. So let's really use this month of October to just keep, pounding away at reminding people the importance of getting these exams and being on schedule of getting them as often as you need to get them. So thank you all.
And I would just add, it's really important that we continue to keep our positivity rates low. People have been asking about, is it safe to do things right now? Right now, we have a positivity rate of 1.6% in our city, which is phenomenal. So our COVID rates are really low, have been low for about 6 weeks now. And so this is the time to go back to the doctor, to go back and get procedures that you need. We have very few hospitalizations on COVID. So our healthcare system is really able to kind of take on and handle some of these other procedures that have been ignored really over the past 6 months.
Sarah, thank you for highlighting that point. And back to you, Dr. Johnson, when you brought up the efforts you all are making for folks that don't have a lot of means. And that's a very big deal. A lot of times poor folks they always put things off because of those financial constraints. But as you all always say, breast cancer does not discriminate
Right.
based on whether or not you have means or not. So thank you for just expanding the scope of who can be reached to get tested. That's a huge deal. And thank you, Sarah, for taking some of that fear away about someone contracting COVID, getting their routine testing.
Right. And the hospitals are taking every precaution that they can to prevent any spread of COVID. So it is safe to go get a mammogram. And it is vital that you go in if you have a breast problem, a breast lump, a discharge, any abnormality with your breast. It is very important for you not to wait until you feel like COVID has settled down to go in and get checked, because it could be a breast cancer and it could be worse. And it's like Lisa says, it's easiest to treat in its earliest stages. So the earliest we detect a cancer, the earlier and the better the outcome will be for the woman and the man.
Thank you all so very much. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, I just wanted to add, Council President, thank you so much for bringing this up. I've been so busy working that I just completely forgot that it is Breast Cancer Month. And I also wanted to thank you guys for increasing the awareness about breast cancer. But I have a question. Are you guys seeing more women come in saying that I've lost my job, I don't have health insurance any longer? Is that you guys are seeing that as a big hindrance for them to actually go get examination? And I know, Dr. Johnson, you mentioned about the income-based program that you guys have. Are you seeing more women are having to be eligible for that because of COVID losing their employment and their health insurance?
I can't really speak upon the loss of jobs or anything like that, because I'm not, I'm really not with the financial part of it. I'm more with the treatment side.
Yeah.
So by the time they got me, they've already gone through that. But I do know that there are calls of women calling in to see about getting a mammogram at no cost. Those numbers have increased, and we are facilitating to help those women get to where they need. I don't know if it's because of a loss of job. I don't really know the reason, but there have been some increase in calls, and we are taking care of them and facilitating getting them to get an appointment and providing, as the council said, we provide bus tokens and gas cards to try to remove that barrier.
Yeah.
If you don't have the transportation to get to where you need to go to get the test, you're not going to go. So we try to remove every barrier that we can. And I didn't mention this earlier, but I personally want to thank Ms. Lena and the council for once again helping us get this message out, because it's so important for us to let women know that we are here and we are available to women throughout the state of Louisiana.
Yeah.
And you guys need to know that it absolutely broke Miss Lena's heart not to paint council chambers pink and have glitter and ribbons and flowers and banners and everything. We typically do it up, and we'll be doing it up again as soon as we get a vaccine. We can get people in here.
I'm
actually off. I'm actually on vacation right now, but Miss Lena called, and when Miss Lena calls, I don't hesitate to answer. So even though I'm on vacation, that's why you don't see a scenic background, but even though I'm on vacation, this was that important for me to step away from the group that I'm with and come and participate. So thank y'all again.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank you all for the presentation. And increasing awareness can only lead to more people being able to battle this in a successful way. And I know personally, my mother-in-law succumbed to breast cancer. I've got friends who have been battling this disease for a very long time. And unfortunately, some have been successful and some have not. So at the end of the day, this is very, very, very relevant to me. And I am committed to doing all that I can do. I got my pink tie on today. And proud to have been one of the Real Men Wear Pink in that fundraiser, and wanted to, I heard Ms. Plunkett talk about the food drives. Well, I am committing to you publicly that we will gladly disseminate information at our next District B activity. You all get me the information and we will get it in all of the packages that we distribute. So whatever we can do to help increase the awareness and bring an end to this dreaded disease, I am willing to commit to do. So with that, thank you all for all that you do. And we will keep pushing until we come to the end of this. So with that, again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I would move adoption proudly of this resolution.
Mr. President, will you add my name to it, please?
Yes, Madam Clerk, if we could add Council Vice President's name to it.
Please add my name too as well,
Uh,
and I'll be happy to
Councilmember
second
Quinn.
it.
Mhm.
And Councilmember, let's add all council members' names to it. Can we
Thank
do
you
that?
so much, Councilmember.
Great, thank you. And I think we have a motion and a second on the resolution. Madam
Councilmember
Clerk?
Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2311 has been adopted. Council members, we're now going to go to page 30.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for that.
Thank
We're
you.
going to go to page 37.
Thank y'all. Bye.
We're now going to go to page 37. We're going to take up ordinance calendar number 33,127 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-263 and to ordain section 2-264 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to update the composition of the New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board and to establish subgroup therein titled the Youth Advisory Board and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you so much, Laura. Y'all, this ordinance, which was approved in Governmental Affairs, updates the membership of the New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board, CYPB. We wanted to bring it back up on today's agenda to ensure Karen Evans, the CYPB's executive director, could speak and share video that had some technical difficulties, shall we say, while we were in committee. For those of you who weren't at GA, the ordinance removes the RSD superintendent from CYPB since the position no longer exists. Instead, Emily Wolf, the director of the city's Office of Youth and Families, will be included. She's already been quite engaged and is already part and participates in all the CYPB's meetings. This ordinance also removes a position already adequately covered by CYPB, a nonprofit representative focused on school retention, and adds the executive director of the New Orleans Public Library. And possibly the most exciting thing that this ordinance does is codifies a youth advisory board, something Karen has been cultivating at CYPB with great success. And this is really a vital way to add more of our youth voices to this conversation. With that, I'd like to turn this over to Karen. Karen, are you there?
I am here. Yes, I
Awesome,
am.
there you are. Thank you so much again for
My
this
absolute
and all your
pleasure.
work on it.
Well, thank you all. Thank you so much, Councilman Palmer, for carrying this through the Governmental Affairs Committee and for being a supporter and partner in our work, as is the council. We have lots of work to do and have been moving forward. And in its current environment, we are excited about the work that we're engaging with young people to craft and co-create a youth master plan for the city of New Orleans. Our partners in that plan development are the Office of Youth and Families, Emily Wolf's office, and NOYA, New Orleans Youth Alliance, Dr. Rashida Govan. We're excited about the possibilities that this presents, even in the space of the pandemic and an economic challenge in our city and safety as it rises. We believe that the young people in the city can be part of the solutions that get us forward past some of these very pressing issues in the city today. And that's what the plan will help us do. I brought their voices to the room. They couldn't all travel with me today, but I would love to share with you the vision that they're resetting for the youth of the city.
Thank you.
New Orleans is a city where the full self-expression, leadership, creativity, and culture of all children and youth comes together to create a true community where everyone succeeds.
We are community builders. Regardless of the communities we come from, our backgrounds, or the schools we attend, we are part of the solution, not the problem.
We have experiences, we have problems, and we come up with creative solutions. These are all valid, and we are worthy of being heard and included.
There is no future for New Orleans without us.
We can define our own story, and our story of New Orleans must reflect our contribution and leadership. Our story must be for us, about us, and by us.
We recognize as a city that each generation has its movements that are advanced by youth leaders. Today, our generation sets the stage for the next one to come.
The children and youth of New Orleans are not broken or damaged. We can rise above our circumstances and have the ability to define our own path. We are beautiful. We believe in our healing, our restoration, and our future.
We represent a powerful, unified, diverse, socially conscious, intelligent network capable of working with adults to lead New Orleans in becoming a more compassionate, just, and equitable city.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much, Karen. So inspirational. It's getting me excited. And council members, Karen and I were on a call this week, and I've asked her to go back to this youth advisory board and the kids and ask them to create a program where they work in partnership with the council, be it like work in our offices, volunteer in our offices, or just us meeting with them and showing the different processes to be really involved in the legislative process. So I hope all the council can join with me on this. I think it'll be a lot of fun. But I wanted the kids to really create what that looks like, so they can bring to the table what would be most meaningful to them, as opposed to us saying what we think it should be. So I think that could be very exciting for us.
Indeed.
So Karen, thank you so much. That was really a great video.
Thank you. And I thank you on behalf of the young people of the city who are planning for a better future. We're just going there to help them.
Well, it can only be better if they're part of the process.
Absolutely.
So it's totally different from us and with fresh eyes that often we overlook. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So with that, council members, do anybody have any comments or questions about the ordinance?
No comments other than just to thank Karen for her work. We set you on a monumental task, and you have more than achieved what we hope to achieve. And I just really appreciate your work.
Great. So I move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. All in favor?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Banks.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,127 has been adopted.
Thank you.
We're now going to go to top of page 40. We have resolution R2312 by council members Moreno, Williams, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen. A resolution recognizing the passing of a champion of justice, a legal scholar, an American icon, and a crusader for women's rights, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who served on the United States Supreme Court for 27 years and was the co-founder of the Women's Right Project at the American Civil Liberties Union. Councilmember Moreno.
I'm sorry, I was stuck on the phone. Can you tell me what page did you
We're
go
on
to?
page
Are
40,
we
the
doing-
resolution R2312.
Gotcha, hang on a second. So I thought we were gonna take that at a later time, is
It was-
why I was confused. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we were gonna take that not till a little bit later. But if the council wants to take it now, we can absolutely take it now.
It's your call, Madam Vice President, not a,
Yeah, I think we were supposed to take it at 1 o'clock, so we're
Madam Clerk,
about
can we
an
do it at
hour
1?
early.
Can we do it at 1?
Councilmember Moreno, at 1 o'clock, we're taking up ordinance calendar number 33,130 on page 38. The notes that I have from Teresa says that we were supposed to take up this Boehner thing right after we did
Breast
item
cancer
number
awareness.
That's
36.
fine. Madam Clerk, I'm happy to take it now. I had it going at the notes that I have on my agenda from my staff have that at 1 o'clock. And then at 2 p.m., we have item 40, which is
Right.
a domestic violence resolution with Dr.
Right.
Avegno at 2.
I have that
So-
as that.
That's it too. Okay, let's go ahead and take the Ruth Bader Ginsburg resolution then. You know, it was really, I think, quite shocking when we all heard of her passing. And you know, I was getting different texts from friends who, you know, were maybe out with their kids, and all of a sudden they'd see it, you know, come across their phone, and it would just stop them in their tracks. And it certainly stopped me in my tracks because of what Justice Ginsburg meant to so many of us. And I guess we just saw her at the end of the day as this larger than life figure. And we just thought that she would just keep going. But, you know, unfortunately, we lost her, and we lost a true icon and hero in this country. So I just wanted to take some time to acknowledge her passing and acknowledge also just the fact that she was such a faithful public servant, and also to reflect upon just her remarkable career in American law. Justice Ginsburg, she led an inspiring life, as we all have seen. She began building her legacy in the 1970s as a litigator with the American Civil Liberties Union, where she and others won a string of groundbreaking equal protection cases that helped open doors to particularly women. Justice Ginsburg was a tireless advocate for our country's most vulnerable, from ending single-sex admission policies and protecting rights for those with mental disabilities, to her dissents standing up for voting rights and paving the way for Congress to pass the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act to strengthen protections against pay discrimination. She definitely was a champion of equality. To me and countless others, both here in the United States and across the globe, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a hero. As a judge, she worked relentlessly and meticulously to ensure that this country's legal system lives up to its ideals and extends its rights and protections to those once excluded. She left a significant mark on everyday life in America, and her legacy will always be intertwined in the freedoms and privileges that countless Americans are granted today. We may be in mourning over the loss of Judge Ginsburg, but I am confident that future generations will remember Ruth Bader Ginsburg as a tireless and resolute champion of justice, leaving behind a legacy that few could match. May her memory be a blessing. And I can tell you that her legacy will continue through our work. And that is what we will continue to push for, work that would make her proud. So with that, I do have a resolution. I don't know if any other council members want to weigh in, or if there is any public comment, Teresa.
If you could add my name to the resolution, and I thank you for authoring it. She absolutely was a pioneer, and she absolutely made us all better in fighting for equity and equality in so many facets. And, you know, I personally am just so moved by the strategies she used to achieve these goals. They were not typical. And they were groundbreaking, and they're still being used today. In fact, the way that she fought for or took cases where, in fact, where men were actually the plaintiffs, to express the point and make it clear two people who were deciding it, which were a group of men at the time before she was appointed. So thank you for doing that. She's changed the world, and we just need to make sure that we're creating space for the next leaders of her ilk. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmer?
Thank you. I just want to thank you. You know, I totally agree with Councilmember Williams. I mean, her keen intellect and how she really chose cases was so bright and spot on, but that it also really highlighted inequities in a totally different way, right? And I think that was part of her success. I also just want to say too, I think one of the best ways to honor her is to give to women organizations, be it for volunteering with them or monetarily or anything that you can. I know a lot of us have been sending out a graphic for her that really highlights different women organizations across the region. And so I do hope that in honor of her and her name, that we can find organizations that really spend a lot of time uplifting women from all demographics and across the city to really make sure we carry out her name. So thank you so much.
And I appreciate our communications team. They sent out a list of different nonprofits and groups to donate to. And then I also sent out a list that I believe it was CNN that had put together, which were Judge Ginsburg's favorite nonprofits that she would donate to. So I think that there are a couple of good options there that we provided to folks, and we can continue to put that information out there.
And we'll go ahead and repost it again today too, which would be great. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments from the dais. Teresa, I don't know if we have any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I will move adoption. If I can get a second.
Second.
Seconded by the Council President. Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2312 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M20-236 is being deferred to November the 5th and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. We're now going to go back to the regular order of the agenda. Which is on page 15. I have the report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, submitting a report detailing an appeal of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission's denial of an application to demolish the property located at 465 Audubon Street. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I move. Council President seconded.
Thank you. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The HDLC report of 465 Audubon Street has been added to the agenda. We have the report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, submitting a report detailing an appeal of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission's denial of an application to demolish the property located at 1230 Webster Street. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Second.
I got you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The HDLC report of 1230 Webster Street has been added to the agenda. We have
Thank
the
you, Clark.
legislative grouping, the report of Councilmanic District E, submitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval of the restoration tax abatement request for 817 Gordon Street, Gordon Redevelopment LLC. We have Resolution R 2335 by Councilmember Nguyen, a resolution approving participation of municipal address 817 Gordon Street owned by Gordon Redevelopment LLC, application number RT 2017 through 2021 in the property tax abatement program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this is an application. It's for an initial 5-year RTA on a 3-unit property in the Holy Cross area of the Lower Ninth Ward. The abatement period would be August 2019 through July 2024. And this applicant has followed all proper protocols and procedures. The application has been received approval from the RTA Review Committee. I'd like to move to approve the participation for the address 8175 Gordon Street. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Any public comment?
Yes, Councilmember. We have one comment from Stephen Kennedy representing Gordon Redevelopment, and he is a paid representative. Council members, I ask that you support the approval of the restoration tax abatement for 817 Gordon Street. I want to thank the city's Economic Development Office staff and Ms. Tracy Jackson especially for their work and the favorable recommendation. The owner, Ms. Robin Barnes, is a local musician who purchased the property to help tackle the need of affordable housing for creatives such as musicians. This project has exceeded the city's 35% DBE participation as noted in Economic Development staff report. Thank you for the opportunity to share my remarks for this project. That's the end of the public comment.
Thank you. So it's been moved in second. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Aye.
Councilmember Gustafson Palmer.
I'm gonna do an enthusiastic aye. I'd raise my hand, but there was a little delay. Robin Barnes is an incredible musician. She's fantastic, a great heart, and I'm so excited about this project, Cindy. This is fantastic. I'd love to see how it goes, and also that Stephen Kennedy's part of it, I think speaks volumes. But when people say that this kind of development can't work and the numbers don't work, and they're gonna prove them otherwise. So I'm really excited. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Banks.
Aye, and thank you. 70% DBE is phenomenal. And I would hope that we would do more at all of our developments to get to that number. So thank you all, and aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Aye.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2335 has been adopted. We're now on page 16. Land use matters. All land use are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. Legislative grouping, demolition request of Tiffany Swansford, requesting demolition of the property located at 2724 Parker Street. Motion M2327 by Councilmember Brissette, approving a demolition permit for the property located at 2724 Parker Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a demolition application for a single-family structure at 2724 Parker. According to an inspection by the city's Department of Safety and Permits, the structure presents a dangerous and hazardous conditions to the neighborhood. There's a partial collapse, roof collapse, and significant termite damage to the building elements. And additionally, I'm concerned that this dangerous structure continues to be unsecured. Based on the input from safety and permits and a review of the inspection photos, I'm moving to approve the request and grant the demolition permit for 2724 Parga Street. And I move approval and would request a second.
Second.
I believe it's second by Councilmember Nguyen. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one public comment from Katasha Taylor. This is regarding the demolition of the house on 2724 Parga Street. It has been blighted since 2004 and has become uninhabitable. For the safety of the community, I wish to demolish this property. I wish to rebuild, but no current plans or date set. That's the only comment.
Thank you. It's been moved approval and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2327 has been adopted. We're now on top of page
Thank you.
17. We have demolition of 3030 First Street. This has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
We have the request of KJ23 LLC requesting demolition of the property located at 1426 Elysian Field Avenue. Motion M2330 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer denying a demolition permit for the property located at 1426 Elysian Fields Avenue.
Thank you, council members. I move for denial. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Council Moreno. Thank you. Council members, the applicant has requested to demolish this single-family residence to construct a new multifamily development on this and in the adjacent lot, which is currently vacant. According to the applicant, the house is, quote, extremely old, structurally unsound, and incapable of reasonable repair, unquote. But after seeing photos and personally going by the house, I do not find that to be true. It's a charming, unique house that has fallen, in fact, into disrepair since the owner took possession of the property in March of 2019. Since then, the property has received at least 13 code enforcement violations, including for sanitation, high weeds, roofs, doors, gutters, and failure to secure the property. So it's fair to say that some of the home's condition is attributed to the owner's lack of property maintenance. To the extent that the owner wants to build new construction, that can still occur on the vacant lot next door, which they also own. Is there any public comment, Ms. Johnson?
Teresa?
No, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. So I would like to bring this to a vote. And once again, I just want to state for the public record as well that I really, we need to be very cognizant of buyers that buy property and allow them to go into disrepair for the sole reason that they want them to get even in worse condition so they can tear them down and build other things. And again, it destroys the fabric of some of these communities. And I just think we should be on the lookout for developers such as this. So with that, may we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2330 has been adopted.
Thank you, council members.
Councilmember Banks, I have a question to ask you. I just received an email stating that your item that is supposed to come up at 1 o'clock, the Ramsey from the administration is online now. Would you like for this to go forward now or wait until 1 o'clock?
We scheduled it for 1. Is there a reason we're moving it other than the fact that he's here now?
Well, based on the email I just received, it says he is on, and if we want to go to it now, we can.
If my colleagues have no problem, I'm fine with doing it now, but what does that do when we advertise? Did we advertise we're doing it at 1?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
does that put us at some sort of issue? Because if not, I mean, I'm fine waiting until 1.
Okay. Teresa, could you respond to that for me?
I'm going to have to defer to the legal counsel. Adam?
Why don't we just go ahead at 1?
Okay, thank y'all. We're still in the regular order. We're on page 18. We have a demolition request of John Anderson requesting demolition of the property located at 1818 North Durbany Street. We have motion M2328 by Councilmember Brissette approving a demolition permit for the property located at 1818 North Durbany Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The structure at 1818 North Durbany Street is in imminent danger of collapse. The city's code enforcement department tried to have the building demolished in 2017 due to the hazardous conditions. While that demolition did not occur, the property has since changed ownership. The new owner submitted the demolition request that is now before us. If the demolition is granted, the owners intend to construct a new single-family home on the property. The owners have provided us a signed statement from a licensed civil engineer that the building cannot be rehabilitated. Immediate demolition is necessary to ensure the safety of the adjacent property owners and residents walking on the sidewalk in front of the structure. So in light of the imminent danger to the public, I'm going to move to approve the demolition request of 1818 North Durbany, and I would request a second.
Second.
This has been seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there is one comment by Jonathan Godecki. I am part owner and the managing partner of CNG Holdings LLC, a Louisiana company which owns the property at 1818 North Durbany. I purchased the property on 5/28/20 to renovate it. Upon further inspection, a structural engineer's report from Access Engineering, the property was determined to be unsalvageable. I then hired Atomic Architecture to design a 1,100 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family home for the site. I wish to demolish the building in place to grade and prep the site for new construction. We will attempt to salvage as much wood to be used for this project as well as future projects. I humbly request the approval of the council for permission to tear down this structure that has been boarded up and covered in vines since 2007. Google Maps Street View. That's the end of the comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2328 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 19. The legislative grouping demolition request of Studio BKA LLC has been deferred to October the 15th. Motion M2339 has been deferred to October the 15th. We're now on top of page 20. The demolition request of Gloria Homes has been deferred to October the 15th. Legislative grouping, demolition request of Louis E. Livers Jr. requesting demolition of the property located at 4930 Drexel Drive. Motion M2336 by Councilmember Banks approving a demolition permit for property located at 4930 Drexel Drive. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to move adoption on this. This is a building that is actually on Xavier's campus that is no longer being utilized, and they're going to tear it down and put up something that is going to be a form of benefit to our citizens and our community. So with that, I'll move for approval. Do we
Thank
have any public comment?
Yes, Councilmember, we have one public comment from Mike Sherman. He is a paid representative.
Can I get
I
a
am-
second and then we'll get the public comment?
I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
I am honored to represent Xavier University and respectfully request the City Council approve a motion allowing for demolition of the structure at 4930 Drexel Drive. This 3-story vacant apartment building with an exterior catwalk is not historic in any way. As Xavier moves forward with its campus master planning process, it is seeking to add additional green space. Once demolished, this parcel will be permeable open space. We respectfully ask for the City Council's approval of this motion allowing for demolition. That's the only comment.
Thank you, and please, I'm reading notes and I misspoke. This one is for green space on Xavier's campus. They're not going to put another building up. It is going to be green space, which will help. It's all going to be permeable material, which will help with our water retention and flooding and all that other great stuff. So this is a good project. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Brissette.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Banks.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2336 has been adopted. We're on top of page 21. Demolition request of Kelly Johnson, requesting demolition of the property located at 4539 St. Claude Avenue. We have motion M2329 by Councilmember Brissette, approving a demolition permit for the property located at 4539 St. Claude Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The 4539 St. Claude is a demolition application for accessory structure located, which I just stated the address. There will be no demolition of the primary historic structure on the property. The demolition application is for a partial demolition of the non-historic accessory structure. The demolition will remove the roof of the first floor of the accessory structure and the entire second floor. The second floor has a partial roof collapse and is no longer structurally sound. The building sits on the property line and a demolition is necessary to ensure it does not collapse on a historic primary structure or on the adjacent occupied property. After demolition, the accessory structure will be rebuilt as it currently exists. Importantly, the renovation plans include the addition of one-hour firewall on the side of the building that sits on the property line. Recognizing the safety concerns present, I am moving to approve the demolition request for the accessory structure at 4539 St. Claude.
I second. And Councilmember, can I have a minute?
Councilman Palmer, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for clarifying that, because this is a wonderful historic building. I noticed it, when it faces kind of like the bridge going up the down ramp over there. And so I think it's going to add quite a bit. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Palmer. Ms. Beecher, are there any public comment?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one from Kelly Johnson, the architect, and she is a paid representative. This demolition request is not for the homeowner's residence, but an adjacent structure on the property which is used for storage. The second floor roof and some second floor exterior walls on the structure have collapsed. The roof of the 1-story portion of the building has severe damage and is also in danger of collapse. The homeowner would like to demolish the second floor and the first floor roof in order to rebuild and make the building structurally sound and usable again. Permit number 20-21203 RNVS was issued on August 7th, 2020, approving the work to rebuild this structure as it previously was. Thank you. That is the end of the comment.
Thank you. And it's been moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays.
Aye.
Okay, 7 yeas. No nays. Motion
Thank you.
M-2329 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 22. We have a legislative grouping, an HDLC appeal of Heather McVicar Ross M. Arch, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial for work to include the renovation of a 2-story residential building, moving one existing window and the enclosure of the rear porches for the property located at 3800 Burgundy Street. Motion M-2341 by Councilmember Banks. A motion overruling HDLC and granting the appeal in part and upholding the HDLC and denying the appeal in part as follows. Granting the appeal to raise the sill height of the existing window to accommodate an interior countertop in accordance with HDLC staff supply specification, denying the appeal for the enclosure of the rear porch.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember?
Councilmember Palmer?
Yes, I just want to go on the record that I have to recuse myself of this issue and of this vote, as the architect of record is my architect and is my current architect on several other properties. So thank you.
All righty. Thank you, ma'am. I am going to move to approve the motion, granting the appeal in part and denying the appeal in part. I know we've got Elliot, who is it? Elliot, Eleanor? Eleanor. And if, hey, Eleanor, if you would please, your presentation. I think we've got public comment also.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is an appeal of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission's denial of an application to move one existing window as well as enclose rear porches visible from the public right-of-way. 3800 Burgundy Street is a late 19th century contributing rated structure located in the Bywater Historic District. The owners wish to make some alterations to the building that cannot be approved at the staff level. The first proposal is to enclose the porches at the rear of the building visible from Pauline Street to provide additional interior space for a bathroom on the second floor addition and a kitchen on the first floor. Although these porches are at the rear of the building, they are visible because the building sits on a corner. The second requested alteration was a proposal to relocate the ground floor window from its original location in order to accommodate the proposed new kitchen layout. This building is sited on a corner lot, and as such, all elevations, porches are visible from the public right-of-way. The window relocation will be prominently visible from the sidewalk as shown in site photos provided in the report by the HDLC. Further, the relocation will be highly noticeable as it will be out of its current alignment with the second story window above. Based on the HDLC guidelines and visibility from the public right-of-way, the staff recommended denial of the application to enclose the porches and change the existing window location. At their meeting of August 5th, 2020, the commissioners reviewed the photos, drawings, and staff recommendations, and the commission voted unanimously to deny the application. That's the end of the report.
Thank you, ma'am. Public comment?
Yes, Councilmember, we have 3. The first is from Michael Doyle. Good morning. My name is Michael Doyle. My wife, Leah Spivey Doyle, and I are the homeowners at 3800 Burgundy Street. We are appealing the HDLC's denial to enclose our rear balcony. The balcony, such as it is a landing in the rear of the house that is only marginally in the purview of HDLC. It is currently served by a massive, non-conforming, and unsound steel staircase that leads my son's bedrooms. We've been clear that the additional square footage would be used to bring the laundry inside, provide the children with a shower, and give the boys a closet. Outside of space, the benefit is safety. Once the improvements to the house are made, the external improvements with or without alteration to the balcony are significant. Our appraisal will increase and we will pay a larger tax bill. That increased tax will not improve the safety conditions that make easy access to my son's bedrooms and an outdoor laundry room such an issue. It seems the least the council could do is acknowledge that and allow us to make a minor and unobstructive alteration in light of the major historically compliant improvements we are making to the house as a whole. We have engaged in this process diligently and in good faith, only to be rebuffed with little or opaque explanation at every turn. I hope that the council will see fit to allow us to proceed as planned with the house we live in for the foreseeable future. Thank you. The next comment is from Leah Spivey. I am writing to you about my appeal from an HDLC denial of a C of A for my home. My husband, children, and I live at 3800 Burgundy Street. We presented detailed photos and explanation of significant improvements we want to make to our home. Most of these are not objectionable in the view of the HDLC and will be a great benefit to our neighborhood as well. We also provided a floor plan for the interior of our home so you could see that there is no wasted space in our home. We have consulted extensively with our architect on this issue, and she has advised us that the enclosure of the rear balcony, which is approximately 50 square feet, is the only feasible way to obtain the living space we need to make our home more livable. Specifically, we would be able to bring our laundry room inside from the garage and a shower to our children's bathroom. There is currently no bath or shower, and add a closet to our boys' room. There is no other space that can be reutilized for this purpose. It's not possible to add on to the rear of our property due to the location of the property line. Adding on to the side of our home is not feasible because any addition would interfere with the unique horizontal walls, in addition to the cost of a new foundation being prohibitive. Even reworking the interior space without the laundry room is not feasible because of the location of the door that's used to access the balcony. This is an issue of personal safety. We have had 3 break-ins in our garage this summer. On the 3rd occasion, the perpetrator also smashed our kitchen window, which is closest to the garage. My husband and I often do our laundry, which is currently located in the garage, at all hours of the night after the children are asleep. I have always felt uncomfortable in our garage late at night, but these recent events make the safety concern much more urgent and real. In addition, the balcony is a space we never use, in part because it is off our boys' bedroom, ages 4 and 9, and it's not safe for them to be on the balcony. It's a small space.
That is 2 minutes.
Thank you. The final comment is from Heather Ross. She is a paid representative. 3800 Burgundy Street has experienced a lot of exterior changes over the years. It was built as a single-family house, then converted to a double in the 1950s or 60s. When the house was converted back to a single before the Doyles purchased it, none of the exterior changes were corrected. The Doyles are planning a major renovation to the house that would include restoration of all the previous alterations, and as a part of this renovation, they would like to enclose the upper rear porch to add 52 square feet of much-needed space to the interior of the house. We looked at multiple layout options to try to add an interior laundry room, a closet to the room their sons share, and expand the existing bathroom to add a shower. In addition to the house is not feasible because of its relation to the street side and rear property lines and the angled walls of bumped out rooms on the yard side of the house. The existing floor plan of the house is very compact with a flowing layout that does not have a lot of option for creating new spaces without making the existing spaces less functional. The unused porch is the least obtrusive, most economical way for the Doyles to get the extra square footage they need. We do not want to erase the porch. We have submitted 2 options for enclosing the porch that both keep the existing column and trim detail, but infill the wall. The first option is similar to what was done to enclose the next door neighbor's porch, which is a twin to the one at 3800 Burgundy Street. The second option uses shutters to enclose the porch, a solution with historical precedent. While the rear porch is visible from the right-of-way, it is not noticeable to the casual passerby because it's located on the corner away from the street. I am a huge supporter of the HDLC and their mission and usually find them easy to work with to find a solution. This is a situation where deviation from the guidelines can be done using precedent as a guide and will not negatively impact the streetscape. I respectfully ask for your consideration of our HDLC appeal. Those are the end of the comments.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to move to approve the motion granting the appeal in part and denying the appeal in part. And can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer. She's recused herself. Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2341 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 23. We have the legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Scott and Anna Dunbar, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application of demolition for property located at 465 Audubon Street. Motion M2333 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion overruling HDLC's denial of the application for demolition of 465 Audubon Street, granting the applicant's appeal and approving the demolition subject to one proviso. Any and all historic features, including but not limited to doors and windows, shall be donated to the historic preservation entities or nonprofits.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Burke?
465 Audubon Street is a contributing rated structure located in the Uptown Local Historic District. FEMA survey and Sanborn map research indicates that the building was constructed between 1896 and 1909. The building first appears on the 1909 Sanborn map as a two-story residential structure. The stately residence was designed and built by architect Francis McDowell for he and his family to reside in. By 1937, the residence had been enlarged with the addition of a one-story extension on the right side, a second-floor extension with a covered porch below on the rear, and a new two-story accessory garage in the rear fronting Hurst Street. A portion of the house can be seen in a Charles Frank photo taken in 1948 in its original condition in the report that was submitted to the city council members. In 2018, the property was listed for sale. The description of the real estate listing stated, location, location, unique, enchanting, special, ambiance galore, wonderful opportunity to renovate this sweet home on a lush corner lot, steps from Audubon Park, all cypress home, leaded glass windows and doors, wide pine floors, cypress plank ceilings, wood burning fireplaces, cypress built-in cabinetry and window seats. Very charming home, designed by renowned architect Francis McDowell for his family. Beautiful new landscaping. The property was sold to the current owner, Anna Dunbar, for $1 million, $1,050,000. The 2019 assessed land value of the property was $180,000, and the building value was listed as $800,700. At that time, the residence was in good condition and would have made a wonderful home for a family. In April of 2019, Ms. Dunbar applied to the HDLC to demolish the residence. The matter was scheduled to appear before the commission for several months, but was deferred. In the meanwhile, the owner stated that because the staff would be recommending against demolition, Ms. Dunbar elected to request a partial demolition and relocation of the original portion of the building. Ms. Dunbar stated that she wished to remove the later additions to the building, relocate it to the other side of the lot, and restore the original structure. The commission approved this compromise proposal on August 7th of 2019. The HDLC issued a permit for the partial demolition on August 8th, 2019. Because of the limited jurisdiction of the Uptown Local Historic District, the proposed relocation did not fall under the jurisdiction of the HDLC. On June 25th, 2020, architect Megan Bell filed an application to relocate the building on the lot. The Department of Safety and Permits requested several documents and little proceeded with the permit application. On July 8, 2020, an inspection performed by Safety and Permits Building Inspector Gary Graham found that the building had been relocated on the lot without a permit and no foundation was constructed to receive the building. The owners eventually received an after-the-fact permit to relocate the residents on the lot on August 14th of 2020. At this point, the owners began investigating the process for requesting the complete demolition of the building. They applied to the commission and the matter was heard at the September 2nd, 2020 meeting. At the hearing, the commission reviewed photos of the building and its condition prior to relocation as well as after. HDLC Inspector Deborah Goldstein performed an exterior visual inspection on August 21st, 2020 and determined the building to be in fair condition. On the exterior, evidence of damage from wood-destroying type insects was apparent to structural elements where first floor siding was removed from the left side of the structure. An interior inspection did not occur due to the lack of permanent foundation. Reportedly, according to the owner, extensive damage occurred to the interior wall surfaces during relocation of the structure. In addition, the owner reported that the structure was now wrecked. The commissioners received public comment both for and against the proposed demolition. After some discussion, the commission voted unanimously to deny the application. Mrs. Dunbar seeks a larger yard and protection of the beautiful oak trees. The submitted arborist report determined that the corner of 465 Audubon Street in its original location was negatively impacting an oak tree located on Mrs. Dunbar's property. The proposed demolition and eventual relocation of the house was intended to alleviate this issue. The HDLC agrees that New Orleans' magnificent collection of live oak trees is one of its greatest assets. The beautiful oak trees and residences in the 400 block of Audubon Street have coexisted happily for over 150 years. However, allowing the demolition of a valuable, inhabitable, historic, architecturally contributing $1 million home in a local historic district to possibly enhance the lifespan of an oak tree seems extreme. Audubon Street, as it exists today, was largely developed during the late 19th century and early 20th century. The corridor is characterized by a succession of architecturally cohesive, large houses that dominate their generally 60 by 120 lots. The removal of a contributing structure, especially one that holds the corner, would have a negative impact on the character of this historic corridor. Uptown elected for the HDLC to have demolition review over its boundaries to protect and preserve its cohesive historic corridors from adverse actions that compromise their character, charm, and cohesion. New Orleans is a densely packed metropolis with a scarcity of high land. The pattern of development of Audubon Street and many others reflect this fact. Removal of contributing buildings for green space is not appropriate and should be discouraged. The HDLC recommends that the City Council uphold the HDLC denial of demolition and encourage the owner to renovate the property as originally promised. That's the end of the report.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. No stone was left unturned there. I appreciate the exhaustiveness with which you reported. You cited some of the concerns that we have as well, which is primarily that the home was moved before safety and permits granted a permit to this house, causing extensive damage. I am concerned about the fact that whether it was done unintentionally or intentionally, that you sometimes set the ground for bad precedent by allowing somebody to take an act that they shouldn't do, or their contractor, excuse me, in this case, and allow things to happen. So we will be watching this vigilantly here. The counterbalance for us is a couple of different things. Number one is the neighbors are all in support of this, except for one email that I've gotten. But two, the fact that this isn't going to be an add-on to this house. It is preserving a large amount of green space and oak trees in this area And so on balance, given what has happened and that this is not a developer, but a single family, and the fact that we were trying to preserve green infrastructure and trees as well, I am going to move to overrule the HDLC denial and grant the appeal. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Any comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Palmer?
Thank you. I have a question. Explain how a contractor moved a house without providing a foundation.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I don't understand. Well, whoever can answer that.
I haven't gotten an answer to that question. I obviously the safety and permits inspector noted that in their inspection that there was no foundation to receive the building in the location that it was moved to.
Because obviously the building got racked because there was no foundation.
I didn't get the details on how and when the building was racked. It seemed to occur during the relocation process.
So is this contractor going to be the same contractor that builds the new building on this site?
I don't think there is a new building. There is no new building. That's Kristen, your point is well taken. And I think if there was a demolition to add on to do something bigger, then that would be a graver concern for me. But here it's a demolition that's taking away, and instead you're actually losing house and preserving green space essentially.
So they're not building anything back?
No.
No.
So explain to me again, I'm just so confused. This was a house that was purchased for $1 million and then they moved it and it got racked after they'd already requested a demolition, correct?
Correct.
And so now it has to be demolished because it's racked.
And you risk hurting the trees as a result if you try and do anything else. Like one of the questions we had is, could you move more of this as a result? And the answer is no. And so the tension is what you're pointing out, right? Which is the idea that you thought a compromise had been reached, that it wasn't permitted for full demolition. Full demolition, as Eleanor pointed out, was not allowed. There was supposed to be a partial. And then as a result of the movement, now you're sort of stuck.
Well, are they getting, so so they did this without a permit. Are you waiving, I mean, aren't they being fined for that?
I'm not waiving anything with regards to fines, nor have I been approached about that.
Eleanor?
The relocation is not under the jurisdiction of the HDLC. And in terms of fines related to having relocated it without a permit from Safety and Permits would be up to the Department of Safety and Permits. And I don't know if a fine was levied or not in that instance.
Councilman Giarrusso, I would think that the contractor, if they did this knowingly and they did not obtain a permit, that they should be liable for some type of, right?
And I have zero problem with that whatsoever, council member, because I think the point you're making is you don't want people to skirt the rules, number one, and then number two, once skirted, there needs to be some sort of liability.
Right. So if they're skirting the rules and they get the benefit of a product that they wanted in the first place, and the contractor is not doesn't have any type of violation against him for doing something A, illegally because he had no permit, and B, without putting down a foundation, it seems to me that's not fair for the next, I don't know, for the next person that hires this contractor. Either they're faulty and they did a bad job, right?
Yeah, I mean, the hard part here is I don't want to punish the homeowner. And again, going back to the question you raised, which is an excellent one, that they're not adding on, right? Like I think if the add-on or is Camelback or something like that and the preservation of the space makes it different, but you're also correct that, Safety and Permits should be looking into what happened and who and under what circumstances it did, and then imposing what it believes is appropriate.
Okay. So we don't know what that looks like or what's going on there.
I don't know that.
I would like to investigate this a little further with you, Councilman Druso, and with the rest of the council in terms of safety and permits and what's occurring, because we're having some of these issues on other properties. Also, that there's been like these long delays in getting permits too. And I know that that's created an environment in some places where it's almost like the Wild West, people doing stuff without permits to get things done. We have another one of these issues that we deferred that's going to come up next time. And so I'm just at a loss on how we are supposed to uphold the guidelines and the rules and regulations. And then there's some reality out there that I have to wrap my arms around as well, where people can't get work done. And I don't know if that has anything to do with this particular property or not. I'm just throwing that out there. And then what are the consequences, very real consequences of people doing work without a permit, right? Because that's also, that's we could have houses collapsing. Moving a structure of this size is a very unsafe proposition, especially if it's somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. People can be harmed, they can be hurt. So I'm just curious what kind of ramifications there are in this. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the points you're making are really good ones, and part of the reason you heard earlier, we're deferring a couple of these matters to quality of life, like the notice thing that we want to file. And I think all the points you're raising, I'd be happy to work with you on, number one. Number two, bring up at a committee meeting, whether it's quality of life, governmental affairs, wherever it's appropriate, because I think the concerns I feel like, one, that I'm bringing are people feel like they're not getting notice, right, of what's going on or what the appellate process looks like. Then two, primarily sort of what you're talking about, that once something happens or before it happens, what does the inspection look like, or what does the culpability look like? Also, there was a bill in the legislature, I think Representative Landry filed, that didn't make far to actually increase the fines that are going up. Representatives Landry and Freeman are looking at refiling that to your point about not rewarding bad behavior or making it more than a $500 fine. So I think there's multiple pieces of this that you're tapping into that deserve our attention.
Okay. And then could you speak a little bit to me? The interior photographs of this house are extraordinary. They're beautiful. I've never seen anything like this. And you see it actually on houses that are built by the architects themselves for themselves, right? They add different features to it. So it was pretty evident by the photographs of the built-ins, the ceiling, the trim work. What exactly is being required from this house if it's going to be demolished in terms of being saved?
Yeah, so in terms of one of the provisos that we've added is making sure that everything that can be preserved of architectural value is donated to nonprofits for their usage. So for example, like the windows, that was not an initial agreeing point, by the way, between us and the applicant, or something that will be extracted, preserved, and then given to nonprofit for use in additional projects.
Well, what about the flooring, the ceiling?
Whatever can be saved.
But how is it phrased exactly? Because it doesn't seem like, and I would use the term deconstruction as opposed to demolition.
Let's see.
In fact, it'd be nice if the contractor that messed this job up to begin with by not providing a foundation actually hand deconstructed this building so that the members could be used in other houses throughout the city. With this incredible cost of lumber that builders are seeing across, and including milling of flooring, I bet a lot of houses could be built using some of this flooring and ceiling work.
Yeah, the language that we use is any and all historic features, including but not limited to doors and windows, but obviously we say all historic features, shall be donated to historic preservation entities or nonprofits.
Can you add the flooring, the roofing, because the roofing members, I'm sure that there's that's also can be reused.
So would you like us to take a friendly amendment that would be any and all historic features, including but not limited to flooring, roofing, doors, and windows?
Yes, ceiling,
Roofing,
buil-
ceiling, all right,
built-ins,
doors, built-ins.
and the trim on the interior and exterior.
Okay,
Is this on deadline?
I would love to see photographs as well of the work that's being done as it's being removed. I think would be helpful.
it is not on deadline. Is there a concern?
Well,
that you
the
have,
only reason why I
Councilmember?
brought that up is it just seems that I think maybe you and Councilmember Palmer can work through some potentially other provisos instead of just trying to do them off the cuff, maybe to do it a little bit more thoughtful. If we can just postpone a couple weeks. I'm just bringing that up, Councilmember Palmer. I don't know if you're amenable to that, but just
Oh yeah,
bringing it up.
this is totally friendly. After I saw the photographs, I was like, wow, there's a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I appreciate the comments and what Councilmember Palmer is adding. We do say any and all historic features, which is to me the broad general, and then Councilmember Palmer has now added specifics and including but not limited to. So I'm happy to entertain the friendly motion that will read this way, Councilmember Palmer, if you're fine with it. Any and all historic features, including but not limited to flooring, roofing, ceilings, built-ins, trim on interior and exterior, doors and windows, then comma, shall be donated to historic preservation entities or nonprofits. How does that sound?
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Do you want to, Councilmember Palmer, do you want me to move on the amendment or do you want to move on the amendment?
Council members, I'm sorry to interrupt here. Just want to echo a concern about the possibility of postponing this or just deferring it since it is not on deadline. You are going to amend this after the public comment period has closed, which raises a kind of a potential issue. I just wanted you to be alerted to that. The public will not have an opportunity to comment on this amendment, and they should prior to a vote on anything.
And
Well-
that's really the only reason why I brought that up is because we have to do all these different things via COVID, that if it's not on deadline to just, wait till the next meeting, particularly since everything will be worked out. That's just, I'd just rather be safe than sorry.
I'm
Feeling-
not married to pushing something through that A, would involve depriving people of their right to comment on something, or B, that can be easily amended for the next meeting and handled then.
Yeah,
And I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, I defer to you, and I'm sorry, I probably should have brought this up earlier, but I deferred whatever you want.
That's fine. Why don't we amend the provisos to add the language, and then we'll make sure we have everything and we can just do it on the next meeting.
So
Thank
Does that work? Thank you, everybody.
this HDLC appeal is being deferred to October the 15th. Council member?
Yes, ma'am, to the next
Okay.
meeting.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
No, thank you. Councilmember Banks, are you ready to go to your ordinance 33,130 on page
Yes.
38?
Yes, ma'am. We can go.
Yes, that is where we're going. We're going to page 38. We have ordinance calendar number 33,130 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Downtown Development District for the city of New Orleans to allow and facilitate improvement and enhancement of infrastructure in the Downtown Development District as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the CEA. It's a part of the Mayor's Fair Share Initiative relative to infrastructure downtown. I am going to move to approve the ordinance. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissette. We've got Ramsey here to answer any questions from the administration. So with that, colleagues, if you have any questions, Ramsey is available. If not, I will ask Madam Clerk to call the roll. So are there any questions? Okay, with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 yeas, no nays, and ordinance calendar number 33,130 has been adopted.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ramsey.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
We're now going to go back to the regular order, and we're going to go to page 24. We have the legislative grouping, HDL appeal of Justice Schmidt has been deferred to October the 15th. Motion M2334 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 25, we have the legislative grouping, zoning docket 5520, city council motion M2090, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend section 18.4 Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District to craft a new subpart therein, creating an exception to the requirements of Article 24 to permit the use and retention of an existing non-conforming freestanding pole signs if the sign is securely built, constructed, and erected upon posts that are sunk down below the natural surface in a manner that will prevent the sign from overturning, as determined by the Director of Safety and Permits. The proposed text amendment would affect the regulations applied to all existing non-conforming pole signs in the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion line over M2262 by Councilmember Nguyen. A motion overruling the unfavorable recommendation of CPC and approving the text amendment as originally provided in M2090 as detailed in zoning docket 5520.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Councilmember. Zoning docket 5520 is a request by City Council Motion M2090 for a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create an exception for the non-conforming sign regulations to permit non-conforming pole signs in the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District to be exempt from the requirement that the business not cease operation for more than 6 months in order to retain the legal non-conforming status. The proposal would allow existing pole signs in this district to continue to be utilized even though the business associated with it may have ceased operation greater than 6 months as currently required. The proposed text amendment would loosen the sign regulations for the overlay district by allowing non-conforming pole signs to be retained. The intention is to allow pole signs that have been unused more than 6 months to be retained and reused, thus potentially allowing pole signs with deficient height, setback, and overall size area to continue to exist in the use restriction overlay. City Planning Commission recommended denial of zoning docket 5520 because the amendment would allow inconsistencies with the rest of the city. The current regulations are intended to promote corridor aesthetics and eliminate the potential hazard associated with signage being located too close to the front property lines and diminishing vehicular visibility, and proposal seems contrary to the purpose of the overlay district.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. So colleagues, this is a text amendment presented is to create an exception allowing the continue use of a non-conforming pole signs in the ENORC Use Restriction Overlay District. Currently, the restrictions in place are prohibiting new businesses from utilizing and converting existing sign into useful marketing tools for their business. Rather than businesses have to demolish and remove existing signs, this will allow more economic development by allowing them to retrofit the former sign as long as it is sturdy and in good condition. We also had several community meetings in reference to this. This is something that is very critical as we look at revitalizing the East. particularly some of our blighted pole signs. So I will ask to move on a motion overruling the unfavorable recommendation of CPC and approving the text amendment. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Ms. Bleacher, do we have any public comment?
I have a question, Cindy.
Yes, ma'am.
It's actually for Mr. Kramer. So I just read through the City Planning Commission report. It's not favorable at all. And so that concerns me. So in section D, page 5 of the report, the question is asked, does the text amendment adequately answer the problem that is being addressed? If not, are other modifications necessary? And it says that no, the proposed text amendment does not adequately answer the problem that is being addressed. Can you explain that a little bit more, Mr. Kramer?
Well, I might put it that that the City Planning Commission did not believe that it is a problem to require the removal of a non-conforming sign if the 6-month period has expired. So because the purpose of the non-conforming rules is to eventually bring signs into conformity, and when a business goes out of operation for more than 6 months, this is one of the ways in which signs can be brought back into conformity.
Can you hit again, what is the safety concern with this?
It could be the location of the sign. If it is too close to the front property line, a pole sign could potentially inhibit the visibility of a car pulling out of the lot.
Okay. There were a lot of other issues with it, according to the Planning Commission report, that it's not compatible with, is it compatible with the master plan? Mr. Kramer?
Yes, so this is an overlay district that applies to major corridors in New Orleans East. And the purpose of the overlay district is really to improve the aesthetics and beautification of the corridors. And so the commission thought that signage that is out of size from the current regulations is contrary to the purpose of that overlay district. And in the reference to master plan is more general statements of the master plan about improving aesthetics of major corridors, not something very specific to signage though.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so Helena, if I could just add, this was brought up to us by PJ's Coffee, one of our local residents who started a business. And so she took over the First NBC Bank, and she wanted to put the PJ signs up, and based on the law right now, she would have to tear it down and put up a new pole where the signs is still really in good condition. And that's one of the reasons why we added that director of the safety and permit will have to assess the current pole signs. And if the pole sign is not safe, is not in good standing, then this text amendment would not apply. And I think for us is to help, while we have businesses in the area, but they are not able, or they can't afford to take down the sign and put up a new pole signs. And so that's been a concern as we work to address not just overgrown lots and blights, but also pole signs that has just sat there since Katrina, and it hasn't done anything. I think PJ's is one businesses. We have Bayou Braces that are part of that. And I know I've noticed like the Household Faith Church, where they moved in and they have not put their sign back in place. And so we believe that this could definitely help attract, clean up many of the nuisance stuff that we have in our district. And again, this is for existing sign. So any new businesses that come in, they will have to go by the law that is set by the overlay.
Gotcha. Why does it say that this is contrary to the purpose of the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District?
The name may be a little misleading because the district does more than just restrict certain uses, although it does do that as well. But it is also a more general overlay district that requires design review. and generally will improve the aesthetics of a development that is along a major corridor through that enhanced design review.
So just reviewing this quickly, it just looks like the Planning Commission had concerns about safety, aesthetics, citywide inconsistencies. Are those three main things?
Yes, so those are the three main reasons.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just to add, this is just for a commercial corridor, so not in residential area.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions from the desk?
If Paul could speak, I just had one other question on the safety issue. If we could just get a little guidance on the safety concerns and what we can do moving forward as it relates to that, just to make sure I understand exactly where that fits on the priorities for you all's decision making.
Sure. So it's not necessarily that this particular PJ's sign would obstruct a view, but we don't know in the future what other non-conforming signs might be out there that would be allowed to stay rather than be required to be removed. And the issue really is just, as a vehicle might be exiting a driveway from a business, if there is a pole sign to their left, they might have some inhibited visibility. And so the regulations would require a bigger setback from the front property line.
Got it. So the safety concern is not for this, the physical location of this particular sign, but generally signs that could come up in the future or may already be exist. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Any other comments? Teresa, do we have any public comment?
Yes, council member, we have 5.
Okay.
The first one is from Tan Nguyen. New Orleans East has too many restrictions on opening businesses. There are more restrictions on signage in Orleans Parish, especially in the CPC, than any of the surrounding parishes. If we want to attract more businesses, we need to make it affordable and simpler. The rules should be the same or similar across the board. There are parts of NOLA that one block you have a certain overlay, and the next block has a different overlay, and the signage rules are completely different for each overlay. One block, a business gets to have a larger sign, while the next block, their signage has more restrictions and only allows for a tiny sign. This is maddening to anyone trying to open a business, and it didn't realize that there were so many different overlays, and now is only allowed one small sign. Then they see their neighbor's sign and it's larger and more attractive. Kenyatta Ford Theodore. It is important to restore current good standing pole signs for our commercial corridors. As a business owner, I had to spend several $1000s to have a new pole installed, which didn't make any sense because the current pole that was there could have been used. Tanji Wall. I am in favor of the text amendment to allow the use of existing freestanding signs deemed to be in good and functionable condition. The use of these signs would alleviate an additional financial burden to the businesses and would increase visibility, which would assist in marketing and advertisement. Glenn Broad Sr. I fully support what this text amendment is intending to accomplish. In the absence of this text amendment as proposed, a startup business that has a freestanding sign that passes the structural integrity test should be granted at least a 5-year grace period for use of that sign. During this grace period, usage of the sign would help the business earn income and set aside reserves to make the type of signage changes demanded of a new startup in the absence of this proposed text amendment. Jen Johnson. Council, I am writing today as an East resident, business owner, and community activist. I am in favor of this proposed text amendment as written. As a licensed contractor, a licensed commercial contractor, if the pole signs are constructed in a stable and secure manner, embedded in concrete, under grade, and can be inspected by the Department of Safety and Permits, and deemed suitable for reuse, I say do so. We have a hard time in the East as it is, attracting business, especially new business. There are local businesses that could use their funds to improve their store facade, hire more employees, or increase inventory, not use money to demo an existing sign that could be reused for their business sign. Please vote to approve the text amendment. Thank you. Those are all of the comments on this item.
Thank you, Teresa. And Council President, I just also wanted to add in reference to your safety concerns that the Director of Safety and Permit will be required to inspect these signs. So if these signs are unsafe, then they will be required to demolish it. So we are definitely focusing on making sure that as we work to revitalize the East, that structure that are still standing, it is safe for the community. And so I do appreciate you expressing that concern.
Thank you.
No problem. So if there's no other comment, it's been moved by me, second by Councilmember Palmer. Ms. Johnson, can you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2262 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 26. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 6520, Major Consumers LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on Square 7, lots 15 and 16, Marley, in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Broadway Street, Forsyth Street, Olive Street, and Pine Street. Municipal addresses 3318 through 3320 Broadway Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M2337 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the favorable recommendation of the City Planning Commission granting the conditional use subject to 4 provisos as provided in zoning docket 6520 with the addition of 3 provisos for a total of 7 provisos to read as follows. Number 5, no short-term rentals shall be permitted at the property. Number 6, the developer is required to maintain 7 off-street parking spaces on the property. Number 7, the developer shall maintain landscaping and open space as indicated on landscape plans included in City Planning Commission staff report. No additional permeable paving is permitted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, if you would, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. This is an application for a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling at 3318 Broadway in Gertown, South Bear Heart. The property is a 3-story mid-century multifamily residence with 8 units, and it's got a paved parking area that extends around the side and rear of the site. It has been vacant since Hurricane Katrina, and the current owner seeks to restore it to use. So this is in a zoning district that in general limits development to singles and doubles, but does provide an opportunity for existing multifamily dwellings to be restored through the conditional use process. And the role of the City Planning Commission in this process is in part to determine whether a structure is in fact a bona fide multifamily residence. That's certainly the case here. The physical characteristics of the structure makes obvious that it's a multifamily residence that's reinforced by sewage and water board records, as well as historic Sanborn maps that all speak to the history of this building as an eightplex. So the proposal is consistent with its historic use. The proposal is also consistent with the master plan, which seeks to facilitate the restoration of existing multifamily residences in lower density neighborhoods to expand the housing opportunities that are available in those neighborhoods. And so the Planning Commission is supportive of this application with 4 provisos that are included in the staff report.
Thank you. I'm going to move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we have one.
Okay.
It is from Kyle Major. Good morning/afternoon. My name is Kyle Major, and my wife and I are the proud owners of Major Consumers LLC. We own the property at 3318 Broadway. At Major Consumers, our vision and goals are clear: to provide quality, eco-friendly, multifamily rental housing. Our plan is to restore the property to the original footprint. We will maintain the size and number of apartments. However, we will upgrade them to include appliances, Wi-Fi, LED safety lighting, etc. Our intentions are to provide affordable housing, which our city desperately needs. We will aim to keep nearby students, seniors, and/or veterans at market rate, and will go below if needed to keep all units occupied. We will convert one of the apartments on the first floor to have ADA accommodations. We have reviewed the provisos and are in agreement with meeting those requirements. We would like to thank the CPC staff as well as the staff of Councilmember Banks for all of their efforts and assistance with this project. Thank you for your consideration. That's the only comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, this is just another piece of demonstrating that we are intentional about trying to provide as much affordable housing throughout the city as we can. This was an 8-plex prior to the storm. We're putting it back into commerce as an 8-plex, but we are embarking upon a journey that takes us through the land of the provisos every time we move. So we have put provisos on this to ensure that it ends up being an asset to the neighborhood and not a detriment. I also want to say thank you to the developers. They were extremely cooperative and did not fight us on anything. This will not be converted to short-term rentals. That is one of the provisos. This is solely and specifically about putting housing back into our city in our neighborhoods that are desirable, where people need to live near where they work. And this is one, but I hope they have 1,000 others, because that's what we're trying to do and make sure that we have housing available for all of our citizens. So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2337 has been adopted. We're
Thank you,
on top of page 27, all matters. Zoning docket 6620 has been deferred to October the 15th. Zoning docket 6720 has been deferred to October the 15th. We're on top of page 28, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,930 has been deferred to October the 15th. Ordinance calendar number 32,932 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 29, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,982 has been deferred to October the 15th. Ordinance calendar number 33,008 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 30, ordinance calendar number 33,009 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 31, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,018 has been deferred to October the 15th. The amendment to the ordinance has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 32, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,020 has been deferred to October 15th, as well as the amendment to the ordinance has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 33, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,021 has been deferred to October the 15th, as well as the amendment to the ordinance has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 34, we have ordinance calendar number 33,081 has been deferred to October the 15th. Ordinance calendar number 33,088 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 35, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,089 has been deferred to October the 15th. Ordinance calendar number 33,113 has been deferred to October the 15th. On top of page 36, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,119 has been deferred to October the 15th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 33,120 has been deferred to October the 15th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 37, ordinance calendar number 33,120 has been deferred to October the 15th. On page 38, ordinance calendar number 33,129 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Hellas Foundation to amend a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the same parties relative to the duration of the original cooperative endeavor agreement as more fully set forth in the amendment number 3 to the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Banks.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to move for approval, please.
Second.
Can I get a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Councilmember
Thank you,
Moreno.
Council Vice President. This is to extend the CEA between the city and the Hellas Foundation. And there is nothing but good about this, and the beautification efforts that the Hellas Foundation through this endeavor contribute to the city is just, it's immeasurable. And if you ride up and down Porter Street, you'll see the work that they have provided. This is a really good thing. They've installed over 33 sculptures, and certainly look forward to them continuing. And I hope that we can get 7 votes on this, because this is a really good thing. So with that, move for adoption.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar 33,129 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 39. We have motion M2309 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in a HURD2 two-family residential district on square 1206 Lot B in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Tonti Street, Parker Street, North Russellblade Street, and St. Anthony Street. The municipal address is 2053 through 59 North Tonti Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The building at 2053 North Tonti is an established multifamily housing unit with 4 apartments that has lost its non-conforming use. The owners, Kairos Investments, purchased the property last year subject to a road home mortgage that requires the property to be renovated into 4 affordable housing units. Road home is threatening foreclosure if the owners are unable to restore full rental capacity. Since the property has lost its non-conforming use status, the only way to return the property to full occupancy as multifamily housing is through the conditional use process. Given that there is a demonstrated imminent risk of foreclosure, I am moving to start the conditional use process for the applicant. One of the issues with returning established multifamily housing to market as affordable units is the high cost of renovation and zoning approvals. Every dollar spent in development of affordable housing counts. The more development costs, the less likely a developer can offer a unit at an affordable price. Recognizing this reality and the dire need of affordable housing in the city, I am waiving the conditional use fees for this application. While I am waiving the fees, the applicant is still required to hold the neighborhood participation program meeting for this project. And so with that, I'm going to move approval.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one. It's from Daniel Walker. Good afternoon. I am the owner of the property located at 2053-59 North Tonti Street. We purchased it in July 2019 with the intention to restore it and provide much needed affordable housing to 4 families. This area has been devastated by blight, drugs, and poverty, and is desperate for investment. The building is and has always been a fourplex, but due to a zoning change, we are not able to utilize it as a fourplex. We reached out to Councilmember Brossett's office, and they immediately began to help us understand the conditional use process. We are thankful for their support in this matter. We intend to restore this property to this area to its former glory and will house 4 families with affordable rents. Thank you. That's the only comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2309 has been adopted. Motion M2310 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 two-family residential district on Square 1206, Lot 5 or 18 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by St. Anthony Street, North Tonti Street, Palger Street, and North Russia Street. Municipal address 2311 St. Anthony Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another established multifamily housing unit with 3 units that has lost its non-conforming use status. It is around the corner from 2053 North Tonti at 2311 St. Anthony, and is also owned by Kairos Investments. Just like with the previous property, 2311 St. Anthony is also subject to a road home mortgage that requires the property to be renovated that requires the property to be renovated into the 3 affordable housing units. And again, road home is threatening the foreclosure if the owner is unable to restore the property to its full rental capacity. Recognizing the imminent risk of foreclosure and the need to keep the development costs low to ensure affordable development, I'm moving to start the conditional use process for the applicant and waive the conditional use fees. The applicant will still be required to hold a neighborhood participation program meeting. And with that, I'm going to move approval.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Thank you.
Councilmember, do we have speakers?
Yes, Councilmember, we have one.
Madam Clerk, thank you.
It is also, sorry about that, it's also from Daniel Walker. Good afternoon. I am the owner of the property located at 2311 St. Anthony Street. We purchased it in July 2019 with the intention to restore it and provide much needed affordable housing to 3 families. This area has been devastated by blight, drugs, and poverty and is desperate for investment. The building is a triplex, but due to a zoning change, we are only able to utilize it as a duplex. We reached out to Councilmember Brossett's office, and they immediately began to help us understand the conditional use process. We are grateful for their support in this matter. We intend to restore this property and this area to its former glory and will house 3 families in a safe, clean environment with affordable rents. Thank you, Councilmember Brossett, and thank you to the entire council for your commitment to create affordable housing in our great city. That is the comment.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Banks.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2310 has been adopted. We're now on the top of page 41. We have motion M2331 by council members Williams, Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen. A motion approving the appointment of Ruth White Davis, nominee of Dillard University, to the New Orleans Civil Service Commission for a term ending on August 6, 2026.
Would move adoption.
Second.
Do we have any comments?
No, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2331 has been adopted. Council members, do you want to wait until 2 o'clock for the next one, or Councilmember Moreno? Or do you want to,
Yeah, Since we
What's your-
advertised it for 2 o'clock, let's wait for 2 o'clock. So
Okay.
if we could do the first reads, that'd be great.
well, no, we still got other stuff. I just wanted to know if you
Oh,
want to do
okay.
that one.
Well, then let's do the other stuff then.
Okay, at the bottom of the page, motion M2338 by Councilmember Banks. A motion appointing Sadie Dumas, nominee of District B council member, as a member of Jerome Big Duck Smith. Oh, wait, we have to go to page 42 first. I'm sorry. We have to adopt motion M2340 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion suspending City Council Rule 15, requiring the GA Committee approval for the appointment of Sadie Dumas to the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Council members, this is again, if you remember, we weren't able to put all of the appointments in due to the cancellation of the GA committee, and this one just got in late as well.
Councilmember,
We have one public comment on this item. It's from Justin Schmidt. For the same reasons I voiced at the last committee meeting, I'm opposed to the suspension of the rules that would advance the appointment of, say, pronounced Charday, in quotes, Dumas to Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee. However, I am opposed not because Charday, who is a wonderful advocate for jail reform and who should be on the committee, but because it takes bridging a needed process to get her there at today's meeting. Committee hearings are important and a proper vetting process that is critical to honest government. There have been several documented problems with recent appointments to the BZA, mostly surrounded by those with close ties to the mayor, or in one case, a recent employee of this mayor. To put this into a perspective that some of you might better appreciate, what would your thoughts be if the United States Senate decided to suspend its rules and bypass a Senate Judiciary Committee confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh or Amy Coney Barrett? In our little corner of the world, while our issues pale in comparison on a national level, they are extremely significant on a local level. That is the only comment.
are we ready for the vote? Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2340 has been adopted. Now we'll go back to page 41. Motion M2338 by Councilmember Banks. A motion appointing Charday Dumas, nominee of District B council member, as a member of the Jerome Big Duck Smith Justice System Advisory Committee for a term ending on July the 31st, 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. I am very proud to put forth this nomination. I acknowledge the fact that through a error, no fault of ours. There was some miscommunication, and this did not make it to the GA committee. Unfortunately, we can't control hurricanes, and there was it just fell off the crack. It fell through the cracks accidentally. But she is a absolute asset to this committee. She is a staunch advocate for making sure that we have the kind of criminal justice reform that this city, and not only the city, this country needs. As it relates to what the Senate may do as it relates to Supreme Court appointments, well, that's all going to happen. But this one, I think, is a good thing. Now, I can't promise you what's going to happen in DC is a good thing, but I can promise you having Sadie on this, Charday on this committee is a good thing. So with that, I call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2338 has been adopted. Council members, we're going to go to ordinances on first reading because it's not yet 2 o'clock. We need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading, please.
Madam Clerk, before we go to ordinances on first read, I just wanted to address one thing. What's that? Quickly going back to item number 23, I need to withdraw the currently pending amendment 23, paren B, close paren. This ordinance is still deferred and new amendments will be filed at a later time. I think doing this now will prevent confusion of multiple versions of the amendments on the agenda at our next meeting. And I just wanted to do that before with the ordinance on first read. The ordinance numbers 33,021. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So we're going to withdraw the amendment.
Correct.
So Adam, do I need to reconsider the deferral and then withdraw, or just stating that we're withdrawing the amendment is sufficient?
I think it's sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
The rules are suspended to read the ordinances on first readings. Ms. Temple?
Ordinances on first reading. I'm here.
Okay.
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,132 by Councilmember Brissette by request. And ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to transfer funds from the Office of Community Development to the Office of Information Technology and Innovation, ITI, towards supplementing ITI's budget to account for expenses incurred in response to cyber attack and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,133 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate foundation grant funds to the Office of Performance and Accountability to create a financial empowerment blueprint and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,134 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate foundation grant funds to the Office of Performance and Accountability to create a financial empowerment blueprint and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,135 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from the intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for staffing for adequate fire and emergency responses, safer grant program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,136 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds for intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for staffing for adequate fire and emergency responses, safer grant program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,137 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds for intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the assistance to firefighters grant, AFG, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,138 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the assistance to firefighters grant, AFG, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,139 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the assistance to firefighters grant program COVID-19 supplemental AFG-S and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,140 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the assistance to firefighters grant program COVID-19 supplemental AFG-S and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,141 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 3350 Dauphine Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement incorporates space that is neither needed for public purposes nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,142 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permanent established multifamily dwelling in a historic urban two-family residential district on square 7, lots 15 and 16 in the 6th municipal district bounded by Broadway Street, Forsyth Street, Olive Street, and Pine Street. Municipal address 3318 through 3320 Broadway Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 6520. Ordinance calendar number 33,143 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 3987 Chaptula Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,144 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to lease an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 4645 Ferret Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said lease agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the lease agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said lease agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,145 by Council Members Banks and Williams by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 114-125, 114-126, and 114-127 of the add to add section 114-137 to the Code of City of New Orleans relative to the employees' retirement system of the City of New Orleans to amend the requirements for retirement and the determination of retirement allowances, and to provide certain early and voluntary retirement benefits, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,146 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance to grant a non-inclusive wireless franchise to Branch Communications LLC, an Oklahoma limited liability company, to construct, maintain, operate, and authorize new wireless facilities on and under the public rights of way within the corporate limits of the City of New Orleans within locations subject to the approval of the grantor, to provide for annual payments and the furnishing of surety bond, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,147 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-15 of the Code of City of New Orleans relative to peer review of structural design and inspection by engineers of record during construction, to specify where such reviews and inspections are required, how and by whom they are to be performed, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that completes all the ordinances on first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, now we'll go to, we're gonna go to page 41.
Mhm.
We have resolution R20-332 of resolution recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and acknowledging the many service providers, organizations, and advocates across the country working to bring greater awareness of domestic violence resources and the patterns of physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, and economic cohesion leveraged by perpetrators to control intimate partners.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk.
Intimidate partners,
Appreciate
I'm
it.
sorry.
So this month is also National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And as we all know, in the state of Louisiana, we do have a significant problem with domestic violence. We have been really at the top of the list the state has when it comes to women murdered by their intimate partners. We were at the very top of the list at first or second. We've actually dropped down to fifth, which I could say that is certainly good or better, but we are still roughly 77% higher than the national average of domestic violence murder. So we have a lot of work to do. And I am just so thankful that we live in a city where we have a health department that is very much about tackling this problem, that we have a city council that is committed to addressing this problem, and a mayor committed to addressing this problem, because it is ignored, unfortunately, in many parishes and municipalities. But we are choosing to be different and act different, because we know that when there is violence in the home, unfortunately, that violence is also going to spread into our communities as well. So we are all much safer if we all work together to try to reduce domestic violence rates in our city. We're also so lucky to have wonderful advocates like the Family Justice Center under the leadership of Mary Claire Landry that has just been doing so much good for many years now, since Hurricane Katrina, in our city, helping victims. And so we're going to have a presentation from her along with Dr. Avegno. I think we're also going to have Hope Levins as well with the health department, who's been doing some tremendous work as well. So Dr. Avegno, I appreciate you joining us. I know that you're busy with a variety of other things, so I'm going to let you go first. So Dr. Avegno, if you want to start us off, and then I'll go through the rest of our panel.
Thank you. And I'm going to be really brief. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Williams, and the rest of the City Council, not only for having us here today to talk about this, but also for passing a resolution in support of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As we fight a pandemic, that does not mean that we lose sight of the other really serious critical issues in our community like domestic violence. We have a fantastic team here at the Health Department that works very closely with our advocates like Family Justice Center and others. We, as you all know, this was a real focus last year of the council in our budget hearings. And so we've been working even through all the disruptions of COVID to develop some innovative partnerships and initiatives and to really keep monitoring our cities and our criminal justice systems adherence to best practices concerning domestic violence. What you're going to hear from Hope today are some really sobering statistics from our domestic violence fatality review over the last several years, and how we're using that as an opportunity to implement a domestic violence fatality review team. Because if we do not understand what's happening, then we will have a much more difficult time preventing the next person from being murdered. This is incredibly meaningful and personal work for all of us at the Health Department. It impacts our family members, our friends, our community members who experience abuse on a regular basis. Domestic violence is community violence. This is a key public health issue and priority for us at the Health Department. And so I'm grateful for the mayor's support, the city, the council. You all have been fantastic partners. So I'm not sure who's next. I was going to turn it over to Hope, but Councilmember Moreno, I'm excited to kick off the panel.
Sure. And just real quick, Dr. Avegno, while I have you on, last year, the council was, pretty creative in the budget process and was able to move some dollars around so that the Health Department could get an additional allocation to help with your domestic violence efforts. What's the latest on that? Have you been able to utilize that funding? What does that look like?
So we have a wonderful detailed plan to use that funding. Unfortunately, the COVID crisis hit early enough so that we've been on a freeze, so we haven't been able to implement it yet. But I know it continues to be a priority, and we are ready to go both in next year's budget as well as with our plan. It's a number of different things: education, outreach, and then advocacy initiated response to events. That is a best practice nationally that I know our Family Justice Center, and others would be great partners on. So we're just sort of waiting to make sure the fiscal picture is such that we can access the very generous allocation we were given.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to work with Mr. Montano to figure out if there's a way to, because this is such a dire need to increase resources on domestic violence, and because it is a significant public safety issue, as we will see in this presentation, that maybe there is a way to unfreeze that money so that it could be, put really, I guess the best way to put out there on the ground and get your team out there working. Even more than you're doing now. So thank you for that information. But yes, I'm happy to turn it over to Hope. If you're ready, Hope, we have your presentation ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno, and thank you, Dr. Avegno, for introducing me. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Hope Levins. I am the Blueprint for Safety legal advocate with the New Orleans Health Department. And I'm here today to present statistics about domestic violence related fatalities in New Orleans. And we have a lot of data around homicides in New Orleans. However, we don't have a lot of data painting the picture of what those homicides related to domestic violence actually look like. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide and give you some background as to why we started looking at this. So there are over 200 domestic violence fatality review teams across the country, and they've been established to more effectively meet the needs of victims and survivors and thus reduce fatalities in the community. And the Louisiana Coalition Against Domestic Violence led 5 parishes in a regional fatality review back in 2005. Orleans Parish wasn't part of that original review, but this team did instrumental work to get that running through Louisiana. Since then, it's been disbanded, but LCDV has been tracking these homicides across the state and publishing findings annually, which has been super helpful because they've been doing it on a parish level. So for the next, if we can go to the next slide, with the data that we had from LCDV, along with data that was collected from OCJC, NOPD, and some media data from the advocate, we were able to look at victim and suspect demographics, incident characteristics, police and media report details, and prosecution outcomes for cases that were rooted in domestic violence. I do want to note that there were some limitations to this data since we only had access to what was publicly available. There are definitely limitations, and therefore we weren't able to come up with any social or contextual interpretations or recommendations for systemic changes, but that's why we're asking to form a formal domestic violence fatality review team to get more deeper into the data. But again, I just wanted to paint a picture for what it looks like in New Orleans, so we collected some of this aggregate data. So we can move to the next slide and start getting into that. And just for some background, we wanted to define domestic violence for y'all, what we were looking at. Traditionally in domestic violence fatality reviews, they just stick to intimate partner violence. But for our review, we wanted to include family violence because we saw a lot of incidents in which family members were murdering other family members. And that includes parents or children, siblings, grandparents or grandchildren, cousins and in-laws, and of course, intimate partner violence as well, which includes individuals who are married, divorced, separated, dating, or former dating partners. And we did an umbrella look at all of these incidents of domestic violence that included both family and intimate partner. And then we did a little bit of a deeper dive into intimate partner violence data, and I'll go through that in a bit. But just so you have an idea, domestic violence was identified as the root cause of 83 homicide cases from 2012 to 2018. That accounted for about 5.6% of homicides that occurred during that same time period. So around 6% of cases of homicide cases within that time period accounted for domestic rooted incidents. And we can move to the next one. So just some takeaway domestic fatality characteristics. I want to first, and this is again, overall family and intimate partner violence. We found that women and men have similar rates of homicide as a result of domestic violence in the city. And I wanted to point that out because usually when folks think of domestic violence, they often think of how women are impacted. Well, in this city, men are similarly impacted as well. And we found that suspects of, or perpetrators of abuse, family members who identified as male, of women who are being abused, and bystanders were being murdered by either the perpetrator, by the suspects, or the people who are committing abuse. So we really wanted to highlight that. We also found that 84% of domestic homicide victims were identified as Black or African American. And when you consider that 59% of residents identify as Black or African American, that impact is disproportionate to what we see across our city. We also found that the highest number of domestic homicides occurred in the 7th, 5th, and 3rd districts. And when we looked at domestic related calls among the districts, we found that 7th and 5th also had this 1st and 2nd highest amount of domestic related calls to NOPD. So those are consistent with calls that they're getting in those districts. And also what we found is that in 17% of cases, it was noted that in addition to homicide victims, other individuals were injured on the scene as well, which led to 19 people being injured as a result of the initial homicide incident. And also of note, children were present at the scene in 13% of these cases, leading to traumatic experiences for all those children involved. And we can move on to the next one. Next, what we're going to look at, like I said, we kind of did a little bit of a deeper dive into the intimate partner fatality characteristics, as that's what's usually reported in these fatality reviews nationwide. And one of the stark statistics that we found were that 64% of female victims of intimate partner violence were killed by a firearm. When we compared this to national data, what we found is that 50% of female victims who were murdered were killed with a firearm. In New Orleans, that's 14% more, so 64% of female victims. And in 21% of those homicides, the perpetrator or suspect was identified as a felon in possession of a firearm. So suggesting that they shouldn't even have had a firearm in the first place to commit this homicide. We also found that women between the ages of 18 to 29 experienced the highest rate of homicide as a result of IPV. And this is consistent with national numbers that suggest the same age range also experiences the highest rate of DV in general. Compared to white women, Black men are over 2 times as likely to be murdered as a result of IPV, and Black women over 1.5 times as likely. Again, pointing to those disproportionate impacts upon Black and African American residents in our community. We also found that 67% of incidents occurred inside or directly outside of the victims' homes, which is really important, especially when we consider the pandemic, where folks are at home oftentimes with their abuser, which can be sometimes the most dangerous place for a victim to be. And finally, we found that 29% of homicide victims were identified as family members, friends, bystanders, or law enforcement. And what we found is that a lot of victims who are experiencing abuse would reach out to their community members to come help them while an argument was happening, while a dispute was happening. And as a result, when they came to help, those people were murdered. So we just wanted to highlight some of those, and we can move on to the next one, where I'll talk a little bit more about the background of those abusive relationships. So what we found is when we identified those abusive relationships between intimate partner violence victims and perpetrators, in 75% of those cases, violent relationship histories between the victims and perpetrators were reported by the media, court records, or police reports. So in 75% of cases, folks around them knew that there was violence in their relationship. And in 56% of those cases, the suspect and victim had a documented criminal history, or the suspect, I'm sorry, criminal history of domestic violence in either Orleans Parish criminal or municipal courts. So these folks touched different court systems. However, it still led in a homicide in those cases. And we can move to the next one, please. And so the first set of data I looked at was 2012 to 2018. We didn't have 2019 data available to us yet, but we do have it now. So I was able to look at that this summer. And what I want to note about 2019 data is that Jeff Asher has already stated that New Orleans had a historic low for homicide in general in 2019, and domestic homicides follow that trend. So we had a total of 5 homicides, which were rooted as domestic violence as the root cause, which accounted for about 4.2% of homicides overall in 2019. And the 2 incidents that occurred that were a result of IPV occurred between women who were murdered by former male partners during arguments with firearms. One woman was murdered in her home, the other was murdered at work. Again, showing that a lot of these characteristics are similar among the different incidents. And we can move to the next one, please. So what we're gonna do is take this data and we really wanna put it into action. And we've already started doing that. So we're really hoping to form the first fatality review team in New Orleans to fill the gaps that this report was unable to fill, and really take a deeper dive into specific cases to identify large and small incremental changes the system can make to help these folks, and to come at it from a safety-oriented perspective. So we've already taken initiative to identify stakeholders and invite them to participate in a formal fatality review. We've already contacted Dr. Neil Websdale, leading expert from the National Domestic Violence Fatality Review Initiative, who offered to do a training for all team members so that we can all be informed on how to properly conduct reviews. We've also decided to host a cultural sensitivity training for all review members to ensure that the team considers community characteristics, historical factors, and contemporary realities of discrimination while analyzing this information. We're also going to hold review meetings according to an established schedule and really ensure that all of the findings from meetings are transparent and given to the public. Finally, we want to make sure that we work with local organizations to use findings for an improved coordinated response. Because like Dr. Vegno said, this is community violence and it impacts so many people. And if we take a deeper dive into these cases, we want to inform not only the criminal justice response to domestic violence, but also the community response. We want to look at alternatives for survivors who reach out and don't necessarily want to call the police for a multitude of reasons. We want to look at alternative interventions to help those folks, especially for survivors who contact community members to receive assistance when dealing with disputes or domestic violence in general. So we want to make sure that our community partners know places like the Family Justice Center exist so that survivors can get vital resources they need now before anything leads to a fatality. And then if we could just move to the next slide real quick. I just want to plug some trainings that our team is doing over Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Just really quickly for y'all, we're conducting a healthy relationship workshop with the general public in partnership with the New Orleans Public Library on October 8th, which we're really excited about. We're also conducting a training for Medical Reserve Corps volunteers and NOHC staff in responding to survivors during a disaster on October 13th. And on October 21st, we're giving a training to all City Hall staff. Again, responding to survivors and navigating local systems so that staff members across the city can be sure how to connect folks to the Family Justice Center and agencies like that. So that is all I have today. Thank you so much for allowing us to come here. We're really excited to present this data to y'all today.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Levens, and to your whole team for understanding the importance of having this data. And, you know, I would say that the city of New Orleans is really leading in this effort because you're not seeing this type of data collection in other cities or counties. So thank you for doing that. Quick question about the data, and maybe this is going to be part of your deeper dive down the road. But when you mentioned in one of the slides that 56% of cases had a documented criminal history of domestic violence in either Orleans Parish criminal or municipal courts, in those 56%, did any of them have previous domestic violence strangulation charges in particular? The reason why I say, but the reason why I say that is because research has shown that it is those strangulation cases that are really the red flags going through the criminal justice system, that those are the cases that at times have the propensity to eventually turn into something much more serious, like a murder. So so I don't, you were able to take a look at that data.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, I actually do have that data. I don't have it sussed out yet, but I can pull that information for you, make sure that your team gets it. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I do have that data available to give to you.
That would be really helpful. And I think it'd be really helpful to the Family Justice Center to have as well, because the Family Justice Center is also up in Baton Rouge working on state laws and changes to state laws to help protect victims, and information like that could be very helpful. So thank you so much. I appreciate that, Ms. Levens. And with that, I will turn it over to Mary Claire Landry, the Executive Director of the Family Justice Center, just doing tremendous work in our city and really doing advocacy across the state to help victims. So Mary Claire, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno. I cannot express enough gratefulness and thank you for all of the support that you have given to us and to these issues, to the entire City Council for your support. We are just so very, very grateful. And I did submit a PowerPoint. I don't know if that's going to be coming up.
We have it.
And I also wanted to just express tremendous thanks and support for Dr. Avegno and her amazing team. They have been delightful to work with. I think it is because of this coordinated effort that we are making the progress that we are making. It may not be as much as we really want, but it certainly has been significant. And Hope has done an amazing job helping us to dive down into all of this data to kind of see what we can learn and what we need to do in the future. So as you know, today is the beginning of October, National Domestic Violence Month. We do amazing types of events and try to do as much awareness in the community so that we can let people know that we are here, that we are a resource, and that we continue to provide just critical services to those in the community. So you can go to the next slide. The main message I want to say to City Council, to city employees, to city staff and administration, and everyone in the community is that we have never stopped giving services since March when we began the stay-at-home order, and also just redesigning and redeveloping how we do these services, how to do them remotely, and how to continue to respond to the tremendous need. So we have definitely changed how we do this work, but we have continued to reach more survivors than ever in our history in a 6-month period. We have maintained services. We are now, since June 1st, have been totally on-site providing services at the Family Justice Center and at Criminal District Court and at Civil Court. We were very instrumental in working with the CDC in terms of maintaining a system, and they were very helpful with us because we continue to have a number of survivors who were applying for temporary restraining orders, and we had to really work with the CDC during the time that they were closed to really develop that system so that we can continue to get those restraining orders filed. So very grateful for the CDC and our ability to continue to maintain those safety services during this entire time. You can go next. So what I wanted to just say is we have served a record number of survivors during this period. In a 6-month period, we have served over 1,539 survivors. We have not seen any kind of decrease. Our numbers continue to rise. We see a very large increase in extremely high-risk cases. Some are reflected through the police numbers in terms of the increase in the number of calls made to 911, but we have also seen a significant increase in survivors who are just afraid to call the police. And some of that is related to the steps that have been taken by the criminal justice system to not arrest and maintain people in jail because of COVID-19 considerations. And while we really support that, we also feel like it has also put survivors in a great deal of insecurity and unsafe measures because they know that their perpetrators will be released from jail within an hour of being arrested. So their concern and their fear about calling the police is at a heightened alarm right now. We have had over 14,000 points of contact and 7,000 plus hours of service. Like I said, it's been probably the busiest time of our existence. And I would say probably the one marked difference is the number of high-risk cases that we're seeing. We are placing more people in emergency housing, both through the Crescent House, and we just added another annex, 8-apartment complex, so that we could serve more survivors who are calling our hotline for safe housing, in addition to using hotel stays when we just do not have capacity. So I'd like to go to the next. So on this presentation, I really wanted to focus on the emergency housing needs because that has been significant, although we continue to serve probably over 650 survivors with counseling services, trauma services, alternative healing therapies, and a whole range of services, civil legal services. But I wanted to just give a snapshot of the amount of safe housing that we have been providing survivors during this 6 months. As I mentioned, Crescent House, we've served 30 families in this time. We expanded Crescent House and now have an additional 8-apartment complex, which has served 20 families. These families go directly into our rapid rehousing program, which is the rental assistance, where we provide rental assistance and utility assistance for up to 6 to 12 months. And that has been the largest expenditure in supporting survivors during this period, to be able to have the resources to be able to really support people during this pandemic and also of unsafe realities for them. We were fortunate to get another $50,000 from our coalition, which helped us to provide assistance with mortgages, also with rental assistance. It's very flexible housing money. And so that was very helpful to us to not only serve current survivors, but also what we were finding is many, many survivors who we had previously had gotten out of crisis and had stabilized them in employment and in housing over the past many, many years that we've been in operation. We were finding many and many of those survivors previously were also calling us because they were back in crisis due to losing their job because of the impact on the economy. Many of them are in service industry jobs, and so they were really impacted. I am happy to say that the coalition, through the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement, has awarded another $1 million for the coming year to LCADV, which will be distributed to all of the programs. And so we are expecting hopefully to get about $100,000 more to be able to, again, continue to respond and to help people just survive through this pandemic and through their lack of ability to get assistance. We were also very fortunate to get a $150,000 grant that funds services to immigrant populations who oftentimes are not able to get unemployment or don't have access to stimulus money or other kind of resources that other survivors who are citizens are able to take advantage of. So I have to say, we have been very blessed and very rewarded in being able to receive resources that has really helped us to meet these needs. And so we're very, very grateful for that. Just some of the other, you can go to the next slide, just some of the other things that we've been able to provide is the utility assistance. We've been able to provide a tremendous amount of support for transportation. Some we paid directly to Lyft and Uber. We have also received in the last 6 months about $15,000 in coupons. So they were in-kind contributions that allowed us to actually give the coupons directly to survivors, so they could go for they could use those codes to go to work, to go to appointments, to go looking for housing. And so those two agencies, Uber and Lyft, have been a tremendous support to us in providing very needed transportation during this time. We provided almost $13,000 in direct food assistance through Walmart cards, through different Rouse's cards. In addition, we have done probably another $40,000 to $50,000 in food baskets that we have been delivering to families in cooperation with Second Harvest, who has just been a tremendous supporter through this. We have many, many survivors who don't have transportation. We've been using volunteers every week to deliver food and necessary household items and diapers and toiletries, et cetera. So I feel we have been providing a very, just survival services for many of these survivors, just to continue to get them through this crisis and continue to try to remain violence-free and safe during this period. On the next slide, I talk about the information and the data that Hope presented earlier. While I know it's nothing to shout about and be crazy about, but I have to tell you, I'm very glad to be away from number 1 or number 2, which we have been for the last many, many, many years. And so just to be able to see this progress, I think we are making progress. We have now opened our 5th New Orleans Family Justice Center in the state, which I think is incremental and really is going to help us to partner with the criminal justice systems in some of these other jurisdictions and really start to address this. Although I have to say at the same time, I'm a little concerned about what the 2020 stats are going to show because of the very high risk nature of the cases that we're getting. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to limit the number of homicides in Orleans Parish to 2 victims like we did in 2019. In fact, for the first time in the 2 decades that I have been doing this work, for the first time in May, we had the first time in our history a survivor was found dead who was someone that we were actively trying to keep and maintain safe. We don't exactly know, we're not convinced of the final autopsy reports, but there is no question in my mind that her death was related. She was 8 months pregnant. She was kicked in the stomach. She was punched in the stomach consistently to force a miscarriage. She was strangled multiple times. And unfortunately, the criminal justice system removed this guy with a $200 bond. And he spent the next 5 months harassing us, harassing her, stalking her, stalking us. And we had to move this woman 5 different places during this 5 months. And through so many resources at her, which we, probably more resources than we've ever had in our history, and still was not able to keep her safe and alive. So that was a very traumatic situation for us and for our staff. But we feel like we've done everything that we possibly could to try to keep her safe. Sometimes you just, can't do everything to maintain their safety. But I do know for the other, 1,500, 1,600, 1,800 survivors that we've been serving, many I know we keep safe and we keep them alive, and we do tremendous services. So I wanted to bring to the next slide just how proud we are, because even though Orleans Parish wasn't covered in that original domestic violence fatality review process, I was part of the system at that time. And I can tell you in 2005 and 2006, we could have as many as 13, 15, 17 homicides in a year. So I know since 2006, since the Family Justice Center has opened, that we are saving lives each and every day. So I am just so proud of, and 2 is too many for me, 5 is too many, 1 is too many. But I do know that we are providing a lot of services and protecting a lot of survivors. So I'm very proud of that reduction in the number of deaths. So the bottom line for me on the last slide is, I know the New Orleans Family Justice Center, saves lives and protects survivors. And I just want to thank everyone in our community who continues to support us. I'd like to thank everybody who has sent us resources this year. We have gotten donations from all over the country who have heard about our work and have supported the work that we do, and have been so impressed with the fact that we completely revived how we do services and never skipped a beat in terms of responding to people's needs. So thank you to the city, thank you to the city health department, thank you to the city council, and all of you who continue to support our work.
Mary Claire, thank you for all that you do. For the people who are watching, why don't you give out the number to call should someone need assistance?
Yes, the crisis line number is 866-9554. That is answered 24 hours a day. And so they can get services. You can come directly. We don't even require appointments. You can come directly to the Family Justice Center without an appointment, and someone will assist you. And that location is at 701 Loyola at the main post office. There's someone in the lobby that will direct you to where our office is. You can call directly. We can do intakes remotely. We have gotten really good at providing services by phone, by Zoom, by all kinds of different remote platforms so that we can continue to provide services. We even do alternative healing therapies on a Zoom channel that my amazing young staff have figured out how to do. So.
Thank you, Mary Claire. Just real quick, you had talked about how you've never been busier. So what you are seeing is definitely an increase during the pandemic and calls for help?
Absolutely. It's just been amazing. And again, it's not just new survivors. It's not just current survivors. It's previous survivors that know of us and have trusted us, and who are reaching out and saying, and we all know, I mean, we really certainly support the stay-at-home order and certainly understand how critical that is to public health safety. But at the same time, we all know that home may not be the safest place for survivors. And many of them are continuing to live with their abuser for one reason or another. They have not made the decision to leave. And so this has created a lot of pressure on survivors who have maintained that relationship in the home. And so they're navigating through what this means, being, there without a lot of separation or a lot of resources to get out of that situation. So I would say, yes, the trend is definitely more survivors, and the trend is definitely more high-risk cases. And so now more than ever, and I say this in every opportunity that I have, we need the criminal justice system to really understand that these strangulation cases, these felony cases that are coming before your courts for bond consideration, that these are the highest risk survivors, that a pregnant woman who is 8 months pregnant is the highest risk, and no way should those perpetrators should be released from jail until some type of Gwen's Law hearing is prepared by the DA for the judge so that they can adequately assess the danger and the risk that this person may propose to this survivor. And, we have to, I'm all for bail reform, and I'm all for not having people sit in jail because they're poor. I'm not in favor of them getting in jail to try to get COVID, but we have to prioritize what's most important to us. Are we going to put the safety and health concerns of a perpetrator who is really putting survivors at risk, or are we going to put the priority of the perpetrator who is stalking and terrorizing and continuing to put survivors at risk out back on the street? And I think we really have to do a lot more training and a lot more, giving these magistrate judges the kind of information that they need to make decisions. They need to take strangulation extremely seriously. And I know there are magistrates who just don't even believe it. And we have the forensic unit now, we're collecting evidence there, and
Mary
that
Claire,
young woman
I
who
think
died,
that-
we had the medical evidence, and it was just
Yeah.
not presented.
And that's why I think that, Hope's information could be so useful. And, you could always try to go back to the state legislature, and, we've gone back and forth on the Gwen's Law hearings. And just so the public is aware, the Gwen Law hearings initially were mandatory. And the Gwen Law hearing is a type of hearing that occurs before an offender can be released. And that would assess, kind of the risk of having this person being released from jail, really the risk on their victim. And then eventually the following year, it became optional to have these Gwen's Law hearings. But you could always go back to the legislature and say on strangulation cases that it is no
Right.
longer permissive, that you shall have a Gwen's Law hearing. But maybe in the meantime, Jason and I can go, and other council members can speak with, members of the criminal justice system, in particular the judges and magistrate judges, to see if we can come up with some type of option that in these cases that they would agree to have those hearings
I agree,
before.
and I think we need to go back to, because I do think just for the strangulation felonies, where there was a gun, or where there was children involved, or where there was a pregnant woman, I mean, there are very definite specific criteria that could be used to pass more legislation that requires a judge to really have these hearings to determine, on its own, in terms of the charge, that should be sufficient. But what we've seen is it's not sufficient. And so I do think we have to put some requirements so that the judges can be held accountable for those, because those are definitely the killers. There's no question about it. The data is so clear. And, and especially if someone is willing to strangle a woman who is pregnant, 8 months pregnant with his own child, that should be a ringing bell to any person to say that this person is a danger to her.
I have another question for you, Mary Claire, real quick. And I'm sure that Jason will have questions as well, or want to weigh
Not
in.
just Jason.
And Jay and others. Sorry, I didn't see you on camera right there, Councilmember Banks. and I'm sure you've got some questions too, but real quick on the evacuees who are here from the Hurricane Sally, from what I understand that you had to help some evacuees as well, that there's been an increase of calls within the kind of the evacuee population that's here. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't been able to do a lot of specific outreach just because of our capacity and the number of people that we're serving now. We don't really know what hotels they are. We have heard from the police there is a significant domestic violence issue and concern. One of the things that we're trying to work with them is to distribute flyers that gives our phone. We have received some calls, but I do think we could do better outreach if we knew where the evacuees were and what hotels. We would certainly be willing to put our brochures there, so if they could come in or if they could call, we could certainly respond. I know there was a request from United Way in terms of activities for children, and unfortunately, you know, beyond just being able to manage what we have here, our ability to do any kind of outreach and send staff there is pretty limited, but we're certainly willing to see anyone here. We're willing to provide any kind of resources if they need to be relocated.
Madam Clerk, if
you relocated, we certainly would be willing to provide. So, you know, if someone could send me what hotels they're in, we'd be more than happy to try to do some kind of outreach to provide services to them, because we have heard that too, that there are some significant domestic violence issues going on there, which is understandable. After any kind of disaster, you would expect to see that kind of situation when people are under that kind of stress.
All right, thank you, Mary Claire. I'll open it up to other council members. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First of all, let me start by saying I hate the fact that you all have to do this work. I hate the fact that you all are necessary and essential. But I do believe that our community is fortunate to have you. I know firsthand the work that you do because we've been very closely involved, Mary Claire, with sending you referrals that I have no doubt that your work has saved lives. I am very much so committed, and I want to say that publicly. You tell me what judge I need to go and talk to. You tell me how I can help to move this down the line, and I'm telling you, I will go and do that. Those numbers are terrifying, but they're real. And Hope, I appreciate all the work that you've done, and Dr. Vegno, you guys are on the front lines, but I know that this need is real. And I'm telling you, whatever it is that you need me to do or that I can help you from this pulpit that I have, I am willing to go and preach until whenever to get this done. The Gwen's Law thing, if we need to go and lobby the legislature to make that mandatory again, then Madam Vice President, count me in on that. Whoever I need to talk to or whatever I need to do, I'm willing to do that and want to do that. Again, Mary Claire, you have been very, very, very helpful to people that I have had to personally refer to you that have come through this office. So I know what you all do. And again, you got an ally in me, and I want to get this addressed in a much more comprehensive way so that eventually we won't need you guys. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get to a world where y'all have to go fishing every day because there's no need to have those kinds of services. So count me in and let me know what I can do to help.
Well, thank you. I think the biggest challenge is with the magistrate judges who are hired to hear these cases in the bonds. And we certainly have reached out to Jason and to the other DA candidates to get a commitment moving forward, especially on these cases, that we could implement some type of Gwen's Law hearings on these most high-risk cases. We know it's too much to ask on all these cases. And in many of the cases, it's not really required, but on these really serious felony cases that do involve, you know, the strangulation, I think those should be the highest consideration for extended and higher bonds and extended jail time. So at least when we're trying to keep someone safe, that we're not in fear of our lives, trying to save survivors and keep them safe, especially when this young woman had just delivered a brand new baby. She was moving from place to place. You can just imagine the pressure and the fear and the intimidation when she's trying to take care of a brand new born baby and she's having to relocate from place to place just to stay safe from this maniac. And so, you know, it just makes me furious, and I'm going to continue to advocate for this until I have no more breath in my body. But, we just can't lose another survivor that we're trying to keep safe when the criminal justice system is working against our best efforts.
Well, Mary Claire,
Well,
I will not only talk to magistrate judges, I will talk to the chief judge and the other candidates who are running for district attorney. I will talk to wherever you need help with.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate
Hope that is
And I'll
done.
say-
And let me
and
know,
I'll
and
say-
I'll be happy to get this set. You tell me
Okay.
when and where, or you call, or I'll have Sonia call you all. We will get it set and start a series of meetings. And you let me know, and I'm in.
And Jay, I'll just tell you this. So my staff is currently working on a resolution because we've sent resolutions to the judges before. And I think it was Councilmember Palmer that recently had a resolution dealing with the criminal court judges. Obviously, we don't have jurisdiction over them, but this will at least put forward our intent and kind of our feelings around ensuring that we have these Gwen's Law hearings. That's what we would like to be seen before someone that is being charged with a strangulation DV charge is released. That at least that there is this Gwen's Law hearing that occurs, because unfortunately, ever since the legislature made them optional, the option is ordinarily that they just don't happen. And so I think, to Mary Claire's point, having those hearings to show the risk, I think in these very limited and dangerous cases, I think could be important. So I would love for you to co-author that with me, Jay, and at least that they'll know where the council stands on this matter and how we feel and what we are saying as far as supporting victims, particularly those victims that are most in danger of being murdered in the future.
And Madam Vice President, you're absolutely correct. We do not have jurisdiction over them, but they do come to us to ask certain things. So we need to be
Including
very
budget.
intentional to make sure that they know what our intentions are. So I'm fine with the resolution. You've not only got the sitting judges, but you've got several that are now running for open seats, and you've got some that are incumbents that are running against people. So we don't know what the mix is going to be. But I'm willing, even before the election, to go and have these conversations to get that understanding so that they are on the same page. This is that critical that we need to do.
And I would like to say in the resolution that, these are hired attorneys who perform as magistrate judges.
Right.
So whoever hires them has a process of interviewing them. And so we need to make sure that experts like myself and others who do this work are really screening these judges, these attorneys, to see what their position on domestic violence and strangulation. I'm appalled at some of the positions of the magistrates that are hired. And so, we pay a lot of attention to the courts and who runs for office and really make sure that we're questioning their platforms and understanding. But it's only been in the last year that I really understood how magistrates are selected. And these are just attorneys in the community, and so there should be a strict screening process so that we know who's reviewing these cases, because this is critical. I mean, this is more important than the charge. This is critical because this is the time that we're trying to keep survivors safe. And if we can't keep these guys in jail for at least a period of time where we can get survivors safe, then we're going to have a really difficult time. So we need attorneys who are screened, who are knowledgeable, who understand, who believe in domestic violence, who are not perpetrators of violence themselves. They need to be screened much more aggressively. And if they need help in doing that, we certainly are available to assist that process.
Thank you, Mary Claire. Council President Williams.
Mary Claire, number one, thank you for pressing the case in spite of some of the improvements and some of the numbers and data that's come out, as you've said before, even one death is too many. And so I appreciate you highlighting that very horrific incident that you described. I know that and you're absolutely right about how magistrates or those commissioners are selected. It really is the 12 judges voting on lawyers, and there should be some vetting process that includes the Family Justice Center, if not some representative from the blueprint, to make sure they understand where they fit into that blueprint when they make those decisions. And my question actually is about the blueprint, or really about what we can do to put teeth in this, to institutionalize these emergency situations. Do you think it's necessary when there's an emergency declaration? And of course, we've never experienced something like COVID before, but we've dealt with rising floodwater and things of that nature, where there's a push to get people out of a jail or out of a system. Do you think, along with any emergency declaration coming from the city, there needs to be some conversation or some component of this that relates to domestic violence? Because whether it is a storm or a pandemic, although everything else may stop, domestic violence is not going to stop. In fact, the heightened anxiety may, I think, at times increase those incidences and really limit the survivors' options in terms of getting away from that scenario. So I'm wondering, number one, if it has a blueprint made any alterations to what is expected or what is needed from different system actors in the midst of something like a global pandemic, because we're not going to have a vaccine that they're saying now until early summer. So this is not something we can wait on. I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, I think, we've had some challenges with, I think just maintaining services and critical services, I think has put a challenge on some of the committees and some of the work, like the Blueprint for Safety. As Dr. Avegno mentioned, I mean, our attentions have really gone to all kinds of emergency types of functions. And, but I guess I would say a couple of things. I would say, number one, what we learned through this pandemic very early on is that the CDC, the Civil District Court, was not prepared for any kind of electronic filing of TROs and protective orders, and issues related to protective orders that were coming due in the months that they were closed. So I do think, as we reconvene the Blueprint for Safety and get these systems back, I do think that we need to really look at, what does electronic delivery, I mean, we've been advocating for years to be able to file a protective order from the Family Justice Center remotely to the court, so we're not risking a survivor having to go from here across the street to file and get it filed. There should be a way, and many jurisdictions across the country do this. And I think as a result of COVID, I think there's more openness to it in terms of, I think the criminal justice system and the civil courts are more amenable to some type of remote electronic version of filing the TRO. So I think that's something we need to look at. It made it very difficult when we were dealing with very high-risk cases, trying to get, we set up a system, we did it remotely, we brought her in, we transported her here, she signed it, we got it notarized, we had to call people to get notarizations, and then we had to call the sitting judge, and so that they could meet us at the CDC to be able to file this emergency protective order. Then we had issues with the jail, with so many COVID staff being out with the sheriff's office, with them being filed. So many survivors, we were hearing, they had filed the protective order, but it had never been served. So we still have some real challenges during pandemics and during emergency types of situations and disasters when those systems are really not functioning like they typically do. So I do think we need to visit all of those systems as part of the blueprint and get a commitment to be able to, join the remote world. I mean, we have learned how to do this work very differently, and there's no reason we should have a survivor have to risk walking from the Family Justice Center over, and many times we have to escort them because they're in such danger, to just file a protective order, which should easily be able to be done by a Zoom meeting, filmed from the Family Justice Center. So that's something we really are advocating on happening. So, I mean, I think it's just things like that. I think learning, evaluating, how effective we were immediately. It took us several weeks to get that system up and running with the Civil District Court. So, I think those kinds of systems need to happen more smoothly and quicker. Service is just a huge issue. People were dislocated. People didn't know where people were. Like I said, the sheriff's office was really down a lot of staff. So what are the alternative options when they can't provide service? Do we have other options? Should we hire other people, private servers, so that the system doesn't break down?
Thank you, Mary Claire. I mean, I'm hearing more than maybe a resolution. I think there may be a legislation in there based on what Mary Claire just described, because the effort you described to get that protective order, that's way too much. Those are way too many obstacles to getting that done.
Right.
And so I think we may be able to help do that. And I might also, I know you get new council members, you get new judges, you get new system actors every few years. And I know you struggle to maintain those relationships so folks understand the blueprint and get educated. It might be important for, whether it's a Family Justice Center or something coming from all the stakeholders in the blueprint, to do a report card for system actors about whether or not they are following, understand that blueprint, adopt it, and whether or not they're following it to a T, because it is so good, right, that it can remedy a lot. But there's just so many people who seem to be ignoring these best practices that are laid out that make your job just a whole lot easier.
Right, and I think Jocelyn definitely would be willing to do that. And I think with the election of a new DA, we really need to get more 100% support. We've had those challenges in terms of the number of cases that are dropped or don't go forward. It's just really frustrating when especially the cases that need to be prosecuted.
They're difficult cases. I mean, but the truth of the matter is, it means you put your best lawyers there, and they need to be specialized and trained every single year to be ready to address these cases in the most efficient way. And that critical window right after someone finally has the courage to call the police is just so vital. So thank you, Mary Claire, for shining some more light on this. And Doctor, thank you. And Ms. Levens, thank you. I truly believe that this administration has put this at the top of their list. And I think that's a big deal, that it's something we're talking about throughout the year, not just at certain moments, so that we can make sure we're saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I really like your idea about the report card. I think that could be something that's really useful for all policymakers. Any other council?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to give some perspective on what the blueprint's doing to address the pandemic and Hurricane Laura that just hit you. We're actually working with our partners. We've been working with them on, I guess, almost a monthly basis on coordinating and documenting all the system responses from domestic violence and how every different systems responded to COVID-19. and we're documenting all of that so that we have that in case we have to go back into shutdown or anything like that. So our team's actively working on that. And just in response to Hurricane Laura, our team has also worked with all of our state partners from LDH and made sure that they have resources for the Family Justice Center. And that also the evacuees have resources for Oasis, which is the Family Justice Center of the Lake Charles area. So we created different social media posts for evacuees. We created tips for the shelter staff and the emergency EMS staff that were there, so they know how to like refer survivors to those different resources too. So we've come up with a bunch of documents. We're doing a training for a lot of folks in responding to survivors and disasters, and are working with LDH to hopefully in the future come up with protocols to respond to survivors when they have to be sheltered as a result of hurricanes. So I just wanted to give you all a heads up on what we're working on over here.
That's really
Thank you.
wonderful. That's really
Appreciate
wonderful.
it. Any other comments? Seeing
No,
Kristen?
Councilmember.
Okay,
I just
Kristen?
want to make a quick note that I just want to thank all of you for your work, and I see that Dr. Avegno's here. And you know, the response to COVID that the city has done by really challenging the health department and making it really based around science, I really think we can take those lessons learned, right, and apply it the same way to domestic violence. And I think that if we make it a citywide issue, just like you did with what we've done with COVID, and we saw the response and what y'all have done by just applying science to it, we can have the same results. And I think we're seeing that now. And I want to thank y'all for that.
I'll say that's why the fatality review is critical. We've seen that work in our maternal mortality fatality review, which is a state level initiative, but we're partners on that. And simply by understanding and knowing and quantifying is how you really begin to figure out how to make changes. And that's when you see, the numbers go down. And so I think this is long overdue. So I'm really happy this will be one of those scientific pieces that we can use to attack this.
And then the only other piece I see that I would like to learn more about, and maybe this isn't the time, but how the training is occurring within NOPD, right? Because it's our officers that are going to be the first responders that go out to domestic disturbances, and those calls can turn on a dime, right? And I think and so I really would like to see more what type of training are being offered to NOPD and other forms of support to them when they go out there, and other times when it shouldn't be an OPD, but somebody else going out there and doing follow-ups and making sure that there's a coordination between all of you. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And Teresa, I think you said that there was no public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you to Mary Claire and Hope, Dr. Avegno. Just really appreciate your time this afternoon and sharing that important information. We know we have a lot of work to still do on this, but it's all hands on deck and we're just going to keep at it. So thank you. All right, well, I will move adoption on the resolution then. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2332 has been adopted.
And now we
Councilmember,
just
Thank you all
have
so
a
much.
motion to adjourn, right?
yes.
Okay.
So
Did you make
moved.
it, President? I couldn't hear.
Councilmember Jeruso just made it.
I'll
Second.
second it.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Take care.
All right.